Right, good morning. We're going to go ahead and get started. I'll let Laura take over the meeting. Thank you all for being here. Today is Monday, April the 6th. This is the State Board of Cosmetology and Barber Examiners, and we are starting with the committee for the legal report.
Good morning. Just a few general comments before we talk about any specific cases. You'll notice that there was quite a lot of represented cases, and a lot of that has to do with us changing the citation schedule. So some cases that were like right on the line of when we changed how we were assessing penalties, I guess. Some of them, we decided that I would represent them. So for the next few months, it might be a little bit higher than usual, but next month it'll probably not be quite as extensive as this. Do you guys have any questions about that?
Oh, but I'm glad you told me that, because I thought I was reading the wrong report, because it said, this sounds way too familiar.
Yeah. So, yeah, a lot of those, they happened right on the line. So, generally, if somebody calls in and it wouldn't change my recommendation, I wouldn't necessarily represent it. I'd say, well, you should challenge that. But when it would change my recommendation, it'll go on the report. And with the schedule, it kind of made that line a little bit more difficult to keep a low number. So that's why that's happening, but it'll really the only case that I think we need to go over specifically is case 31.
Is that $17,000 one?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the one I flagged as well.
So this is a school that did not, this school did not renew their license within the month period that schools are given to renew their licenses. Roxana had spoken with people at the school, giving them a heads up that they were nearing the end of that deadline multiple times, and they still did not renew. That person actually appeared before this board and told this board that they had only run their school when they were unlicensed for a few days and just a few students had been there. That was not true, because then I guess you received minutes, or not minutes,
The hourly
report, and they had run their school with between like 14 and 18 students, depending on the day, for 17 days during a month in which they did not have their license, which I think is substantially different than a few days and just a few students. So not only that, but Roxana had also spoken to the owner of that school, I think within a day or two after they were officially unlicensed, letting them know that their school was unlicensed. So their response to this complaint is that they were completely unaware that they were unlicensed. We do not agree. And then on top of that, they also own a school in Kentucky. That school is under investigation, and it revealed that they were selling hours. We don't have proof of that happening here, but it was the exact same owner, and Kentucky has suspended their license for the time being. My recommendation to this school was $17,000, $1,000 for unlicensed activity for every day that they were in business.
Roxanne, is this the same school you were going to go to and look at records for us?
No, we will deal with that as a full committee. This is a school that, as you know, the cosmetology schools all expire at the same time, and every cosmetology school must renew by August the 30th. As of September 1st, they have a penalty, small as it is, but they have a late fee. All of September, they can still renew. September 30th, that license really becomes invalid. It goes away. So that school did appear before the board at the November 3rd board meeting. You all approved for them to reinstate. The questions were asked exactly as Laura said. How long were you operating? Not many days. The board asked Rob, who was the attorney at the time, what happens to those students' hours? They can't count, was the explanation. And a board member asked, how many students did it affect? Not a few. And so we ended the meeting with them being reinstated under those ideas, that it was not a few students and just a couple of days. When When I sent an investigator to follow up for various reasons, one of them being the suspension in Kentucky, I wanted to make sure that our school was okay and had students that should be there. Immediately, they sent an hourly report for the month of October, which I wasn't expecting, and stated that, oh no, she didn't know until the 17th of October. So I believe a different story was given at that time than what was presented to the board in November at the board meeting. And so that's the reason for opening the complaint. We really do have a total of 16 to 18 students affected with hours in that month that at this point probably have tested, gotten their license, and it's a done deal. But at least reviewing the minutes, I believe that the board didn't reinstated them thinking that there were very few in just a couple of days, and the reality is that wasn't the case.
Yes, I feel, number one, it's very misleading. Two, they had every opportunity to rectify the wrong upon your notification, and the fact that you called them and they're saying something different, I just say we accept the recommendation of council to
I
move
agree.
forward with this.
That was the only case on the report that I found to be out of the standard type of complaint. So unless there were any cases particularly that you guys wanted to ask about or discuss.
I just have a comment. I've went through all your recommendations and feel very comfortable with accepting them. That one I certainly had a big question mark next to it for explanation, only because I didn't understand it really well. But what I'm saying is from a trend standpoint, and I think we got to be really cautious with the whole licensing, whether licenses are not expired or people are operating without proper licenses. You know, another association I belong to is doing a major campaign to protect licensure for cosmetologists and barbers. And I think if it's really that important to us, like we're claiming, we have to be really solid on making sure that we enforce this probably at a higher level than ever before, because we're at a crossroad as an industry with licensing. And I'm just making that remark based on the fact that I'm probably way more sensitive to it now than I would have been 2 years ago when it wasn't in jeopardy. And I think we have to fight for licensing at a level that's probably a little bit deeper than usual. And this is on a national basis.
Well, I can explain to you how we usually go about, or how I go about analyzing this. If the person is completely unlicensed, I would recommend the full penalty, as well as the full penalty to whatever shop allowed that person to go unlicensed. And Roxana and I even discussed this week, and we were in agreement that if a shop has multiple people practicing completely unlicensed, then the shop can be assessed a full penalty for each person they allow that to happen. When it comes to the expired licenses, if the person has no prior history, then that's when it's sort of like the $100 lesser fee. But as soon as this happens a second time, that fee jumps up, in my recommendation, to $500. So I think the idea was to maybe not punish someone who just like messed up once or once,
Yeah.
but to not continually let it like slide as if it's not a big deal. So that's currently how I'm doing it, but we can be really vigilant to make sure we're not letting anyone skate by.
Yeah, and I'm not even thinking of saying we are. I guess I'm just kind of making a point that that's something we should really keep an eye on. I know with a lot of my young staff, I mean, 20, 21, 22 years old, they jump apartments after a 6-month lease, and, you know, the mail doesn't follow them. That one-time deal I get, you know, and I guess I'm just referring to basically my exposure and having just come out of some meetings with that is we got to fight a little bit different than I think in the past, and I appreciate you explaining it that way, so I could understand it, and I'm totally in agreement with it as well. I think it's a great approach. So.
Roxana, the one that was in here, and I can't find it, it was talking about the reciprocity from California and unlicensed, and someone had their hours was waiting, had gotten their hours in Atlanta and was waiting to take their test in Tennessee.
It is on the complaint committee, the report that
Yes,
you're
it
talking
was on
about.
the legal.
It's not ringing a bell to me, but we will.
Okay, let me look
Oh,
for it.
I know. Yeah, hold on. I can't recall that one.
Yes, yes. Are they open now?
I mean, everything is unlicensed, so. Everything is
I
unlicensed.
guess what I'm asking
What
is, would they get that full shop
Yes, on page
penalty?
18 is the recommendation, and it is cite the shop and the manager for $1,000 per each violation stated.
I can change the individuals. I kind of viewed that as, not a valid license, which usually is $250, but if you're uncomfortable with that, I can change that.
I'm okay with that. I just wanted to make sure that we flag this somehow to make sure they don't just turn right around and open this back up.
And I think something that we can do, if it isn't stated here, is to ask that an inspection be done again within a month or two to see if the shop is still operating and follow up. We've done that to several cases. I think that's a good idea. And we now keep a spreadsheet when the meeting ends so that our enforcement team can know which shops to go right back to.
Okay. I'd like
Is
that.
that what you'd like? Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. We can.
That was the only one that I had a question about, that one and the 31.
Case 33, where a hairdresser was traveling to do hair on-site or off-site, not in a licensed environment. And there was some postings on Facebook and newspaper ads. And what is our legal stand on what they can and can't do? Where is, I mean, it vaguely says that if someone's given care to a person who's too sick or otherwise cannot leave their home, I kind of, that sounds like a one-off more than it sounds like a business model.
So, yes, I would agree, but when I reviewed the complaint, almost all of her Facebook posts and advertisements are asking if anyone knows any senior citizens or people who can't leave their house. So there was no, the allegation is that she was practicing not in a shop unlicensed. It was a consumer complaint. There wasn't any statement about a specific time that happened. The evidence that was supplied in support was these advertisements, and it seems as if this woman has seen the exception in the statute and has tried to create a business model. So what we can maybe assume is happening isn't the same as what is like supported that's happening, which is why I thought it would be best to give some history to this person by sending them a letter of warning and explaining the law fully. But she does specifically advertise for individuals who can't leave their home, which is an exception under our statute. So,
And I guess I only bring that to our attention because I think we're going to be dealing more and more with that. I'm seeing models in other states, like full-blown businesses that are almost kind of Uber for hair, you know.
fine, as long as the only customers they have are people that are unable to leave their home because they're ill or maybe they're elderly, but that, I mean, that is a very specific exception, and you can't you can't cut hair for anyone else outside that exception, so,
And I
I
think
mean,
that's
it's
probably not
strict,
going
but
to.
it's there.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess I'm just trying to get ahead of the curve because I think we're probably going to be seeing more and more of that. And not that I'm looking into a crystal ball, but
Right.
we just see kind of trends going on. And my guess is that's going to come past us more often. And just for the radar.
Every now and then, the board office will get those, you know, Facebook postings, pictures of somebody on Facebook doing this, that, and it becomes tough to open a complaint on every single one of those Facebook that look like maybe they were doing hair, and so, on some occasions, even the office will send a letter saying, right now, there's not a lot here, and the problem is, we just don't have really the manpower to start doing the research and digging deeper. But, so this is after we were able to at least find where it was pretty concrete. And if they claim to stick within that exception, I think the letter for now is all we can do, but maybe start flagging these somehow. Hopefully in our new system, we'll have that capability of when we flag things, having it come back to us, so.
Which the letter of
Yeah,
warning does.
we'll do that,
So
right.
that still goes into records as having history
Yeah.
of being warned of this. So if it happens again, there's sort of more credibility to that.
What's the fine dollars tied to that behavior?
And then the second time, since this hasn't happened a whole lot. at
I'm
least-
just saying, what would that fine be the second? Because I'm thinking
I
maybe
don't-
that's, although we don't have a lot of manpower to chase it down,
Mm-hmm.
I think the penalty could be severe enough and be known that if you get caught, it's going to be a lot of house visits that you went
Oh, right.
on that you're going to be
Right.
giving up.
I want to say it's $250. I think in that particular goes from the letter of warning to, because I think only the expired license has that first 100, because we have unfortunately a large volume of that. But it's in their agreed citation. So if this person that did advertise through Facebook after the letter of warning, we got another complaint that they're still doing it and have stepped over the exception, then we definitely go to the next level. Yeah.
I agree with you, Frank. I'm starting to see a lot of those here in town, advertising all over the place for hotel room hair and
And if you all ever see those, I mean, just forward them to the board office, like complaints, because that's what we get all day long is, you know, the forms on the internet where you can submit the complaint. The problem we see with a lot of those is it's a friend that's friends with them on Facebook. So they want to be anonymous and not let us know that the friend has started to do this. And that makes it tough because we can't really open an anonymous complaint. We can't go to people's homes and just knock on their doors. And so. But I'm with you. It's definitely a trend. We've seen an increase on the, look at so-and-so's Facebook. So we'll keep.
It happens more. I mean, we'll put in our recommendation, but, I mean, obviously you can change that, so, but yeah, we'll keep an eye.
I just think even that $250 almost is, you're better off paying the penalty and keep going, and, because that's probably not enough to sting.
a lot cheaper than paying rent
Yeah. Or taxes.
for that. I apologize for being late.
We welcome you here. Congratulations.
Thank you. My timing is not where it needs to be quite yet. I'll own that.
Different itinerary in the mornings now, huh?
Yeah, well, now there's just 2 screaming children, so, not including my husband. But I didn't have any questions on the
Anything.
complaints. I appreciate you putting this together.
Well, if no one else has any dialogue in reference to this, I make a motion to accept the recommendations of council.
I second.
We have a motion and a second by Mr. Finger. All in agree, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much. So this committee is done. The Reciprocity Committee is going to have a very short meeting, and then the Rulemaking Hearing Committee will have a chance to meet right before the 10 o'clock. And I think we've got them starting at 9:15. So thank you so much.
Thank you, yes. I'm impressed. Your parliamentary procedure. Bam.
Hey, we're getting good at this.
You knew it would just take a little time.
Okay, good morning. Welcome, everyone. And this is the Reciprocity Committee meeting. Today is Monday, April the 6th, and we are starting at 8:45. If I could get everyone to go into their iPads on the Reciprocity report, and we are starting with our first applicant, Ms. Rachel Dawn Kane. Okay, we have an application for reciprocity of an esthetician instructor license from Indiana for Ms. Rachel Kane. Indiana issues separate licenses for each of these disciplines. The certification for her esthetician license shows an initial licensure in March 2008 with 700 hours by examination. Her instructor license was issued in 2009 with 1,000 hours by examination as well. Both licenses are active. Ms. Kane more than meets the instructor requirements, obviously, and Empire has submitted a letter stating that she's been working with them since 2009. A letter is also provided by the spa owner who attests that she's been working in the aesthetics field since 2004, and it appears that Indiana allows for some of these regulations with spas to be different than ours. Ms. Kane is here and would like to answer any questions the board has. The reason I'm presenting her is simply the 50 hours for the aesthetics. It's a little bit short than what we have, and so she's got additional work experience, can answer any questions that you have, and she's, of course, requesting that we honor her reciprocity as the aesthetics instructor, both pieces.
At all the hours, I mean,
She
the work
does, and my
years of
recommendation
work.
would be that we approve her.
I'd make a motion to approve. I think she's got all the standards there.
Second.
We have a motion to approve in a second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Aye. Motion carries. That was easy for you.
That was easy.
And you got up for this?
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey, but you look nice, okay?
it doesn't always go that way.
But you've got the experience and everything there, yeah.
Roxana, do we need to do attendance on this one?
I don't think I normally do, but give
I
me a
wasn't sure.
second, Ms. Kane. If you want to go to the fifth floor, please. Okay, next on our iPads is a reciprocity application of cosmetology license from Oregon for Lindsay Levine. Certification from Oregon lists the disciplines separately for a total of 2,050 hours. And she received licensure in November 2010. The certification also states that she took a written exam. Oregon, however, does not do the practical exams. They require those to be done at the schools that are sanctioned by the health licensing. They must pass that exam before they do the theory. So it's not identical to ours, which is the reason I'm presenting her. We don't have a lot of Oregon applicants, but my recommendation is that this applicant be approved for reciprocal license and that Oregon's, the way they do their practical, be taken into account with other applicants. If the board thinks that that's okay, that maybe the office can go ahead and approve these if we have them, or still present them to the committee, whatever you prefer. But she, in fact, she's listed 2,600 hours. I don't have a transcript. The way their regulation works is they give hours for nails, for aesthetics, and for hair. And in that case, it totals the 2,005 hours. Yes, 2,050 hours. So the hours are there in the theory. It's a matter of, are we okay with the practical being issued a little bit different than ours?
But she has taken it?
Yes, the way they do it, and
She had to pass the written first?
she had to pass the practical first.
Oh,
Let me read that to you because I just thought, at first I thought, well, they don't even issue it. And then I thought, no, Oh, it may be on here. Okay. On page 13 of the reciprocity, at the very bottom, practical examinations are administered at the school level and are sanctioned by the health licensing office. The applicant is required to pass a practical exam prior to taking the written exam. So it sounds like they do a pretty thorough job of doing it. It's just different than ours.
She has work experience also.
She has been licensed since 2010 and working since then. So the hours are not a problem. The problem, as we've stated with the things that the reciprocity committee wants, is okay with me requiring is, if the work experience is there, we're taking that for the hours. But the practical exam, anytime it's not there, we've been requiring that folks take that practical. The next one that we're going to approve or consider is the same thing. They just don't have the practical exam. I think in her case, she took it, and it's not just being given at a school. It actually is followed up, by the health sanctioning board.
I'm confused.
Sure.
She took the practical?
She did, but it's different than our state practical. The practical is done at the school level, and it's sanctioned by the health licensing office.
And I am here if I can.
Would you come up, please? I'm sorry.
No,
Now
no,
you
go,
go-
no, sorry. That suits me.
Fine, Anna, thank you. No, that's good.
Oh, good. Just state your name, please.
My name's Lindsay Levine.
Okay. And if you could clear it up a little bit.
Absolutely. So I took my state practical in October.
Oh, you're fine. I didn't realize that they'd taken the speaker out. There you go. Thank you.
Sure thing. Does that make more sense? So it was an in-school practical. We just weren't required to go to the state. So once we passed our practicals, then we moved on to the actual written exams.
So like y'all were governed under the health end of it instead of a cosmetology board,
I'm not.
the Oregon?
It actually says the health licensing office is the one that coordinates the school exams for the practical.
In years past, many years past, Tennessee also had some of the boards were administered. They'd pick one school and they'd do it in one location. When they were only doing 4 tests a year. So I understand what you're talking about.
And I have some letters of recommendation from jobs that I've had since then. I've been employed since. I've never had any downtime. This is the longest I've gone. I moved here in November, and I have a job lined up. I'm supposed to be I should have started last week. So I've been fully licensed, and I'm still currently licensed in Oregon, and was just back in February taking clients.
But your 5-year work experience, would that
Yes,
cover
and
that
on the
then?
iPads, you've got the,
Yeah.
you've got the letters. And again, the letters would not necessarily be needed because her hours are definitely there.
Fine. I'd make a motion to accept
Okay.
with her work
Second.
experience.
Okay, motion to approve and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Good luck.
Congratulations, young lady.
Thank you. Okay, next on your iPads, you have a reciprocity application for a cosmetology license from Florida for Jason Schaefer. Certification shows initial licensure in 2001 with 1,200 hours, but no practical exam. Mr. Schaefer was unable to appear before the board today and is requesting a waiver of the practical exam. He is also licensed in North Carolina since 2012 and has all kinds of work and business experience. Again, the work experience is there for the last 5 years, so that would compensate for the hours. What we don't have is the practical exam. I'm automatically sending letters to these applicants saying you need to take the practical. So he contacted me back and again has a job lined up and is wondering if the board will reconsider given the fact that he's been licensed in 2 states. And I think on page 16, his letter kind of explains some of his work history as well.
Do we know if he's taken any practical anywhere?
No.
Okay.
No, he has not. Because North Carolina did accept him. If you look at North Carolina's which is page 18, and that's typical of them. On the upper right-hand corner, it says licensed by reciprocity, yes, Florida. Anytime they require an exam, that's what they would put, so they just accepted it.
With Florida again.
I know, we've approved a few and waived the practical. They've been closer to the 15 years, 10 years, and so the board had asked, that you all consider him, and he's got, in essence, he was licensed in '01, so he's right up there with the number of years of working. The issue with the practical is getting the equipment, the mannequins and all the supplies needed to take it when they've got a job.
What do you recommend? What were your
My
thoughts?
recommendation is that we approve him for licensure, given the years he's been practicing.
Okay.
I'm reading for just a second.
So when he got his letter from you, then he contacted the office
Right.
to say he wanted to bypass the practical?
He said, is there any way that can, I've been practicing since '01, and I said, I took all that into account. Right now, this is kind of what we send, and he said, is there any way that it can be waived? I said, the only way is the board reconsidering it, and then he put together a letter stating kind of the type of jobs that he's done. And I think in his letter, he states that he's ready to work with, it's one of the larger chain hairstylists, but, what is it? Great Clips, okay, Great Clips, yes, yes.
He did, it looks like he did a lot of his work under an apprentice licensure too.
Yes.
That's
Yes,
1,000
he's-
hours.
Exactly. So he has 14 years in the field.
I think, given the amount of experience that he has, I'm a little bit familiar with Florida's apprentice program down there. And I know how their license testing is too. I think I would move to approve him based on his experience, but we're getting awfully close to that line.
Yeah, we just want to be consistent with whatever we're doing, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'll second it, and, like I said, because of his years of experience.
Make a motion, Ron?
I did.
Okay, motion and a second that we accept his reciprocity. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
So I will still, just to go back to the practical, always send out the letter.
Yes.
If it's
Yeah.
one of these borderline, they'll still come before the board, the committee to decide. Perfect. Okay, we have next an application for reciprocity of a cosmetology license from Wisconsin for Bac Femme certification. Shows an initial licensure in October 2014 by reciprocity from Vietnam. The transcript reflects 1,800 hours completed in 2012. My recommendation is that we ask for an official school transcript and that the applicant take the examination. They filled out the reciprocity application because obviously they do have a license within the United States, but in Tennessee, we don't do international reciprocity. We really ask them to fill out the application, test, and have the board review the transcript. The transcript as it looks doesn't make me very comfortable as a transcript, so I am going to ask for something that gives us the name of the school, something a little bit more detailed. If the board's okay approving him to test, or would you like to review more information on him?
I think we need to get something from, something more official than what I'm saying here, something certified.
Yeah, there's not even a school name on the transcript, is there?
No, and sometimes the international translation of documents make it look very generic and like you could do it on your own. So I don't know that we'll get anything great, but at the minimum, that would be my recommendation, that we get a full transcript. I guess my question is the board then okay approving him to test when we get the full transcript, or would you like him to be represented to you?
I'd like to have it represented.
Okay.
I'd like to see what he actually has on there.
Perfect.
I'm sorry,
Yep.
am I, should I stay here? Is it, should I go anywhere?
I'll move that we seek further certification and have him represent.
Take a second.
Motion by Mr. Gillihan, seconded by Ms. Richmond, that we request more information and then allow him to test.
Represent.
Or, I mean,
At the May
represent, I'm
meeting.
sorry,
Perfect.
represent, right.
Perfect.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We would be done, but since we've got a few minutes and I was hoping, I've got one item that Betty helped me and passed out to everyone in paper. This is a letter from Attorney Tracy Malone. I hate having to present things in paper, but it was sent to me late Thursday. The iPads were loaded, and so I didn't have really a way out. Ms. Malone and I spoke about 2 weeks ago, I guess, and she explained to me that she is representing two different individuals, Dat Tan Lee and Van Mai Thai Tran. These are two of the 4 students that went to last-minute cuts. We presented these to the board several months ago. These were 4 students that had hours, went to Arkansas, tested in Vietnamese, got a license, came back here. Because we had complaints against the school, I audited those hours and found no hours for them on the monthly hours report. So we did open a complaint and went and investigated and never found sufficient hours to justify. So the board voted for these 2 and 2 other students that we couldn't accept the hours. These 2 then, and I'll give you a minute to read her letter, have contacted her and said, we really just want to test. We did go. So I'll let you kind of read the letter and then give me some guidance on what, if anything, we can do.
Wants to take their word that they went, and we don't have nothing to back it up.
Well, the investigation found some items, obviously a contract, found on one of the individuals, I believe it was Mr. Lee, that some of the hours were there. Again, they weren't turned in timely to us. But there's proof that they've attended the school, just not the 600 hours, not our standard. The board, I guess, can maybe ask the individuals to come in person. I mean, there's no way they're going to have what the school should have to keep records of, obviously. You can approve to go ahead and let them test, or, I told her really it would be the committee talking about it and deciding what we can do.
Do they have a current Arkansas license?
They do. And the board at that time did state that we wouldn't count the hours and to let Arkansas know. So I sent the director an email saying, I've got these 4 students that have been licensed and we have questions about their hours. Can we talk just to see what they would decide? So I don't think that they've officially revoked those licenses because, of course, they licensed them based on our hours. And the minute we say our school didn't report hours correctly, we can't vouch them. It will probably end up causing their Arkansas license to be revoked. But I don't believe that's happened yet.
This is one of those really bad situations where some schools have acted poorly and left our students hanging in the lurch.
Was the school in Tennessee?
Those schools were dealt with.
Okay.
The letter indicates that they've got some sort of records, something that shows class attendance in their own right. That
Discipline, correct, yes.
Probably, homework assignments or things they've done or gotten papers back or something like that.
And she said that's what they've submitted to her, bits and pieces. Again, it was late Thursday. I knew the iPads were loaded. I thought we can talk about it and decide. I just didn't want to lose the whole month and then in May still delay them. So I don't think we're going to find 600 hours for them. But yes, there's some type of proof that they had a contract, they attended some.
But they're saying they did take 600
Correct.
hours.
Correct, and have sought legal counsel to see what else they can do.
They did not test in Tennessee because of the language issue.
Correct, which is not an issue anymore.
Oh, it's not.
March 1st.
Oh.
It-
Oh, okay,
It's been
okay.
live. Yeah, we've actually, and we'll update the whole board as well. We have reached out to the communities that deal with a lot of the Spanish-speaking population as well as the Vietnamese to let them know, kind of give them ideas. We didn't do a large email blast, although PSI has reached the individual schools and let them know that they've got a code now to put in the aesthetics, the manicuring, and the cosmetology in Vietnamese. So all the schools that submit students do know, but we'll do a bigger blast here really soon.
They added Vietnamese
And Spanish.
and Spanish, right? Okay, good.
What we voted on last year. Yeah.
So we still don't know how many hours they really have.
Correct. And we may never.
What is your recommendation?
Yeah.
I don't even know what to tell you. I mean, on the other hand, we have no proof that they didn't do 600 hours.
Ladies, we're going to find ourselves in a position where we're going to have to apply possibly common sense, and which is always a good thing.
Yeah.
But
When all else fails.
as luck would have it, I've been studying these particular kind of problems quite a bit recently, and the law does not specifically give us, or our rules don't specifically give us, tool that allows us to just grant carte blanche hours that we can't prove. However, just doing the right thing in the sense of protecting students and whatnot, and which are consumers at that level especially, it almost begs us to craft something that protects the student who's already been licensed, although due to maybe some record-keeping issues from the schools to us.
Whatever we do, we got to do it all for the same for
We're
everybody.
going to have to do the same for everybody that
So-
comes, and what if we see this a dozen times in the next year or 2 years?
How did Arkansas approve them for testing without the hours?
Because at that time, we thought the hours, the school had done a transfer and withdraw form. So that tells us there's 600 hours.
There's a form that the
Right.
school
Okay.
The
sends
school
in.
did do that form, and so we did a certification to Arkansas. They tested and gave them the license. The problem is when they came back here through reciprocity, and I saw the school and knew that I had complaints open, I researched to back up the 600 hours, and they're not on a monthly hour report.
Their names didn't appear on the sheets at all, as far as I'm aware, that were they?
Correct,
Roxanne?
correct. They were not on them at all. It
If
was
they were not on
2012
the-
and 2013
If they
hours.
were not on the list, it's just like, well, I inserted somebody's name here or there later.
I think we're going to have some type of proof or
Yeah.
redo their hours or
I'm
something.
thinking
I
prove it.
mean, Because we've got to you got to set it for all. That's the only thing you're going to come
I
across.
think it would help me if they could, and again, I don't want to delay them. I know it's so important to get them to work. That's really important. It would help me if I could see some of the work that they say, some of the evidence of the work that they've done, to show that they were at school. The body of work that should be done even in a 600-hour course would be substantial. There's chapter assignments, there's homework assignments. Now, who keeps all that stuff after they've graduated? I don't know.
I mean, we can require that they test.
Always required.
And that's what they're
Sure.
wanting. They're wanting
But we
permission
need
to
hours.
test. They know that we would not approve reciprocity. And the concern was, if we don't know the hours, we weren't approving them to test. I think,
Did you find any hours, or how many did you find?
well, none that were submitted timely, none.
so they're not
But the school
count.
did the withdrawal for the 600 hours, but they were never on the monthly hours report.
Not
when they
even
should-
from
And
the
I
beginning
don't
of
see
their.
how we could have,
Right.
I don't see how we could approve that, though.
That's,
I mean, I wouldn't feel comfortable approving
And they
it.
do have, again, signed different things. I don't know that I've ever seen signed copies of assignments that students do. I don't know that any student has ever shown me copies of assignments, but that's not to say that they couldn't. I glanced at what she submitted, and I think it's similar things to what the investigator found, which was some login sheets with their names on logins.
okay.
So there is some proof. The problem is we were looking for 600 hours and
Right, and
couldn't
there's
find it.
obviously not enough
But
for
if the committee is okay with whatever we can find with their names on it, and ultimately it would be, is this enough to approve them to test? That's the question.
It'd have to be a preponderance of those hours, in my mind, at least.
So with the board, and I'm just throwing this out there because I read the letter and I did let the attorney know I had asked for this on Monday. Getting it Thursday is very difficult, but I didn't want to delay him completely. We could do a letter that Laura would review, send to the attorney saying, because these hours were not reported monthly, the board is not comfortable at this time, changing their mind and approving the hours. Or,
Unless some significant further evidence comes forward,
okay.
I don't know how we could do it.
Oh, and I think if there were other significant evidence, it would have already been presented. I mean, you can't.
Make a motion for Laura to write a letter saying that I'm not comfortable with it right now. I don't know about y'all, but I'm not.
I remember when these came up, so I would second that.
Okay, motion and second that Laura write a letter stating we're not comfortable without proof of the hours. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you. And that is all we have for the Reciprocity Committee. I thank you very much.
Hey, can we talk about real quickly the Oregon deal? That if that comes again, you said there's not many that come from Oregon.
Correct.
But if they do come before you, since they do take the practical in a way that you think is suitable, can she go ahead and approve those?
I think
Let
that'll be
Roxanne
fine.
make the approval for those.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll put that at the bottom of our minutes, that the board has given me permission to do the Oregon practical because it's done, taken before the theory and through the health licensing board. That sounds great.
The real thing there is that it's not a person in the school who's just teaching them every day and
Right.
working with them every day. It's
Somebody that comes in for that purpose.
Special.
Exactly.
Okay. Your motion, are we adjourning this?
We are.
All right.
Thank you. And we start right at 10, and so we've got our next committee here starting soon. Thank you very much.
We're not going to be in that neck of the woods. Always have an excuse.
You mean for a good excuse, you'll still do it, you just gotta find an excuse.
Yeah,
What part of town was she living in?
she was in, they called it Cholita, but a
Good
lot like
morning.
Chinatown to me.
Okay,
Right on the,
Okay.
we are
this way.
on the record.
Hester Street.
Okay.
Thank you all for being here. Today is Monday, April the 6th, and this is the Rulemaking Committee, and welcome, everybody. We emailed bits and pieces of items. I think at the last minute, it was wonderful. Laura worked really hard on some ideas or recapping some of Ms. Sappenfield's research and studies, so we knew that that was one of the things that we definitely wanted to address. And then I'll probably let Ms. Barger take over whenever, and we'll go through questions. I did also hand out again the list of the fees so we could touch on it, and since this is the last committee that meets before the full meeting, we have every bit of 30 to 40 minutes that we can just discuss and then possibly have a plan for the next one, so.
Great. Okay. Well, thanks so much. I'm sorry I wasn't here last month. I tried really hard to get here. But, okay, so I guess we need to go over what was discussed last month, because did the best I could reading all the notes.
Right,
but
right. I don't think we set any necessary agenda for the next meetings, just discussing the hours, the changes in what is recommended for the different programs. We did discuss a little bit in greater depth the aesthetics program. And so that's the reason for the last meeting, I hadn't had a chance to give everyone the pages that Ms. Sappenfield had worked on, so everybody has those now. And then, like I said, Laura has spent some time helping us if we want to start with that piece. I know that the fees is another piece that we knew we needed to talk about to see if the committee is ready to make a recommendation for the larger group or study it some more. So it's completely in your hands how you want to go with this. And we had talked about maybe dividing the things that want to be looked at as far as the new rules. I know that when you and I talked, Ms. Barger, we were talking about the schools and
Yes.
talking and getting some feedback from schools and students that have just finished, that kind of thing, to see which route should we go.
Yes. Well, it looks like we already have some things in the works with the aesthetics. So let's start there and go over what Laura has prepared. And
So, Ms. Sappenfield had provided a memo sort of comparing different states and how they regulate the aesthetics program, and then sort of her opinion on how. So, and then she asked for a legal interpretation so that she could better understand the parameters. What I did is I started looking through our statutes, how we define it, and sort of where that overlaps, and then where the line is too far as far as what our authority is versus what the Board of Health's authority is. And there is a Attorney General opinion that is on point that I read, and it kind of draws out where that line is. Basically, anything that's under the purview of the health board is going to require a supervising medical professional. I believe that the esthetician, what was intended here is that an esthetician can perform certain procedures as long as they're supervised by a medical professional. And then we have an exemption in our statute that if someone who is a medical professional is doing something that would fall under our board, so long as they're acting in their role as a medical professional, we're not going to require them to get licensed by us. So there really is that hard stop that once an activity falls under the Board of Health, we don't have the power really to license it. What I identified that we can do is that in our definition of aesthetics, there are all these terms and descriptors, and to clarify that statute, our rulemaking authority would allow us to go through and look at all these terms and decide what exactly all those terms really mean. So sort of just creating definitions, but again, it can only extend as far as our statute allows us. So we can clarify, we can outline, but we can't create a new.
right.
And then the other issue is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe when you were showing me the way some of the states do it, there is a way in which someone who's an esthetician could get certified to do certain procedures. And that could happen here, but I don't believe that it could happen under this board, because those aren't activities that we can make regulation like decisions on. So that would be a channel that the Board of Health or whatever relevant medical board would have to create that certification. I don't believe we could, because that would be overstepping into their range. So that's
Hey.
the outline.
That's great. So, I guess the point of it, I'm guessing, was just to kind of elevate the aesthetics, like the new graduate.
Well, in the modern world of aesthetics, what has happened is that estheticians, they're actually finding more employment in the health offices.
Right.
And they're of course, more medical spas now. And, you know, with the practice of medicine, which was the definition was actually left out of your response in your summary, but the definition of medicine is any person shall be regarded as practicing medicine within the meaning of this chapter who treats or professes to diagnose, treat, operate on, or prescribes for any physical ailment or any physical injury to or deformity of another. So I don't think anybody in my practice or who has a medical spa is actually practicing medicine. And there has been, over the last 10 years, a large movement from several groups and societies for the physicians to actually practice aesthetics. And so even in the reports that the summary that was handed out at the last meeting, the NDP Analytics says among 580 occupations, the skincare specialist occupation is among the top 20 fastest growing occupations in the United States during the period of 2012 and 2022. And under the wages and employment growth of the professional beauty industry, skincare specialist, it says industries with the highest level of employment, personal care services, amusement industries, health offices, and health stores, and the growth is at 40% for that period of time as compared to cosmetologists of 13%. So I think it's prudent for us to take interest in some of these services and procedures that these professional estheticians are providing, whether they are in medical spas, health offices, and it's really of great concern to me for consumers in the state of Tennessee that there's no definition under our board of particular procedures that are being done. I think that there's a lack of training for this, although there is a great movement that we could grab hold to. It's not like we have to really create the wheel or, recreate it. But I do know that, as, the legislature moves forward, that there's actions on the Hill right now to regulate by having a registry of medical spas. And in this language that's being presented right now, it explains the practice that I'm doing, the practice every non-physician is doing, and then at the very bottom it says all physician offices are exempt. So we really I have to interpret that as there is a movement to close my practice or have it become physician-owned if they're exempting themselves from the very rules that they're making for me to practice. So we need to, as a board, maybe craft something to go to the health department, craft something to go to legislature, because, as you stated, there's an exemption. So I'm not sure as a practice of the Department of Commerce or our board how we can educate in our beauty schools, go through all of this process to give these estheticians a license. Then they go to work in the doctor's offices, and they're not even paying us a fee. Now, this new registry...
They're not paying who a fee?
They're not they're regulated under the health department, but it's like we're losing traction of estheticians that we're participating in the education process.
Well, I guess it would be their choice of where they wanted to go work.
Absolutely. Well, they're not going to have a choice if the medical board has a lot to say, has this control over, complete control, because there will only be health offices regulated by doctors, and that will be it.
Unfortunately, I don't see really I don't see what we can do about it. I think the medical board, if it's a medical office, that's who's going to be regulating.
Well, in other states, they've been able to craft a relationship that, the doctors do want the estheticians working in their practices. They're certainly interested and very trainable. The biggest concern is the big decision on ownership of these types of businesses. And I think it's of interest to the state to keep these businesses open. I mean,
The
the medical
non-medical.
spot, the non-medical.
Okay.
Yeah, but because all of them, I mean, everyone that is, not everyone, of course, there's always somebody, but those that are actually participating at, a level of integrity, we all have relationships with physicians in different entities, and we all work with nurses, and all of these rules are being met and followed. But my biggest concern is that we are not ready to provide any kind of training and for this particular person, this esthetician that's working in these health, because they're not really prepared when they come out of the curriculum that we have for them now.
I guess, I mean,
The quality of that.
but these services that are performed that have to be under a medical professional, they
Well,
can
they're
learn
called
that in
aesthetic
school.
procedures. That's what the physicians are saying.
Okay.
So there's a real cloudy thing there. Medical, like aesthetic procedures. Define that for me. I mean, it's pretty cut and dry when someone says laser to the consumer, but it's still pretty cloudy to someone who has had laser safety training and extensive training in lasers. We know it's not as scary as the consumer might think so, that's never had that kind of exposure. But I do think that the esthetician practice has changed. It's a great deal more modern. Going into the hours, when I was looking, we were provided with all the cosmetology hours in all of the states, and I went through the states and just kind of wrote in. And the states that are moving forward with relationships with training estheticians to work in these health offices are offering more hours and a little more
Would that be like
curriculum.
Yeah, like a master's program, like
It
after
could
their
be.
initial
Be
training?
separate, a separate training.
It could be.
What would be, I mean, I know this is you're very passionate about this. What, if you could summarize in a couple sentences, like what would your goal be?
Well, I would think that the board could craft something with the medical board that would actually protect the estheticians in their practice. And that's
Protect
basically
them from what?
from rules and regulations that would say that we would not be able to perform aesthetic procedures. There needs to be a little bit more definition on aesthetic procedures.
Is that under the
And-
medical part? They're the ones that really need to change theirs, what they're saying. Is that what you're saying? The medical end needs to change what they're calling it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because, I mean, in our rules, we can do microderm, we can do chemical peels. Those are all aesthetic procedures.
But you're saying that estheticians cannot do whatever the medical board is saying? I'm just not sure I understand what we're trying to accomplish.
Well,
Okay, if it's good to say we need to have a relationship between the medical board and the cosmetology board, but I don't think we can just, request that. I don't know how, I mean, if we had a little better understanding, you're saying that other states have done that, and maybe what that relationship is and how they,
well, let's talk about one procedure, laser hair removal. In the state of Tennessee, laser hair removal is not the practice of medicine, and the primary provider of laser hair removal in the state of Tennessee are estheticians. Okay. And they work with relationships in medical spas, and they also work in health offices. But by law, in their statute, the electrologists have it written in their law that they can practice, in their scope of practice, the use of lasers for hair removal. So that in itself says it's not the practice of medicine if electrologists can do it
but
by law.
estheticians can?
With medical supervision.
Not under.
It was like a
just
medical
us.
umbrella that they're covered by.
It's under the exception that allows them
Right.
to work under a medical.
Okay.
Otherwise, no.
Okay.
In the school, that's what I'm saying, in the school, I wouldn't give a high school graduate a laser and try to train them, because to me, it's like cutting hair. When we get out of school, you know your basics. That's, a school
Well, it's-
teaches you your
yeah.
basics. Then
Well,
it's up to
something-
you to go
yeah.
and get your further education if you want to
Especially
pursue
if,
that.
you know, instructors, as it is now, don't even have to work.
No.
They can just start teaching, and that would be very scary.
Yeah.
So I think that might be a better place to start, is who is teaching, you know, aesthetics.
Well, in some type of secondary education, as all of us have had to done, it would be more prudent, because of the situation of the cosmetology schools now, to align with organizations, particularly societies, that actually have their own education programs. I just attended one last month and got 17 credit hours. And my staff, for 2 years, they take Laser 101 at this particular, and they get hours for
Well, I'm
it.
glad. Is
But it
that
means
something
nothing
that's-
to this board, because it's not, but
It's just like saying the cosmetologists have to go for 16 credit hours every 2 years.
Yeah.
Is that what you're kind of wanting to do? That's
Right.
Yeah, like an
right.
So that would be
accreditation for
helpful.
2 years.
And with national certification, that particular organization, NCA, requires that estheticians have 12 credit education
So maybe
hours
if
over a
we-
period of
yeah,
3 years.
So maybe if we start with our, you know, when we're doing the rules, if we kind of get into in renewing licenses for each category, you know, if they were required continuing education, then that's something they could choose.
That would be a good relationship
good
for
starting
us to
point.
have. It would
That would
good.
open up more doors for you, that you would feel more
Okay.
comfortable
If you
with.
all will recall, one of the bills actually talks about continuing education.
Yeah.
And so,
And I got an update on that this morning, actually.
yeah,
on that.
and Rachel will present and go through
Okay.
everything so that everybody
So,
that
and I'm-
has questions or additional things can add on.
And
So
I'm
that is
guess-
one of the bills.
Yeah,
yes.
and I'm guessing that just as we approve courses and curriculum for instructor trainer, we would approve, you know, aesthetics continuing
I
education.
think that would
So-
be really
Cosmetology.
helpful. And, you know, over
All
the
of it.
course of 10 years working through trying to make things a little better,
would keep 'em
it's
updated.
this, you know,
This
as
is what you
long
want.
as the legislature and administration has this board's support, it's great, but it's really, as we experienced last year, a difficult situation when a legislature moves forward with an idea and they don't have the support of this board and nobody knows what's going on. It takes much longer.
Well, when we have
to
such
move
a,
forward.
so many things that we want to improve, you just have to start small. You know, like how do you need an elephant? One bite at a time. So,
Yeah.
you know, maybe we start there.
Yeah.
And we can include in continuing education for every field, you know, and then that would get estheticians, you know, get them a little more educated in
Well, all the time,
advanced
I'll see
procedure.
advertisements, and that was addressed in legislature and laws last year, but I'll see advertisements for medical estheticians. Unless you are a nurse and an esthetician, I don't know what a medical esthetician is.
Well, we don't have to
And I
know
mean,
that.
it's
I've
just
had
like,
some come through the school that were nurses and then they come back for aesthetics.
Right, but
And,
then-
you know, they did their steps to get that.
but you also have estheticians that'll go take a course on chemical peeling, and then they put in their byline, they're a medical esthetician. Well, that's really false. So I
Well,
think
then
we
they
need
probably
to.
won't get hired. I
I
mean,
mean, we can't be responsible for what they put on there.
But they're fooling what I'm saying to you is that's a big thing in legislature right now, is truth in advertising and truth in training. And I think maybe we should look at as a board too, that you're an esthetician or you're an esthetician, you know? There's
Well,
no
I mean,
such,
people could, you could look at that for everyone. You could say you're a colorist, but you're not a hair cutter, you know, but you've done all the same things. So we have to just do the best we can with what we have govern over and try not to get into other people's business, although we'd like to sometimes.
We just want to protect the public is what we want to do. That's our main goal, is the safety of the public.
well, I agree, Patty, because when your beauty school graduate leaves and goes to work in the radiologist office that just bought a $150,000 laser and nobody in that office knows what they're doing,
Then they
It's-
should
it
have
probably
train-
get-
they should
what are
have
you
training.
doing?
Must have training.
You know,
that
if
they have to
someone's
go
injured,
through.
there'll be a lawsuit and they'll take care of itself. I mean, you
I mean, most
can't
of
be
the time-
everywhere all the time.
I know some of the ones that do work in the medical, the doctors send them for specific training on their specific machines so that they know how to operate them. I mean, that's what I've been told. Now, I'm not an esthetician, so
But
that's
we'll-
just what I've been told.
So maybe we'll start with just advancing education, continuing education for all of the fields that fall under this board. That might be a start.
Oh, I think that's a huge leap forward.
Anybody have any other comments, input?
I'll make a motion.
Oh,
He's got one
excuse
right
me.
there,
Go ahead.
yes.
Come up, sir.
Don't need to, yeah.
If you'll just state your name and.
Hi, I'm Michael Martin. I'm the owner of Tennessee and Georgia Career Institute. We, as a school, we've been teaching aesthetics for 15 years and in our locations. And we completely agree with Ms. Sappenfield that the industry has totally changed. It used to be that cosmetologists did aesthetics because it was about applying makeup, basically, and giving a very basic cleansing. That's what it used to be. But it has become something entirely different, and many states have addressed that. But just in my opinion, as a school owner in Tennessee, the issue here is that we haven't really defined the scope of practice for an esthetician. It's very vague in the current law, in the current laws and rules. It just basically says, you know, applying topical solutions to skin. In Georgia, they've become very detailed in our Georgia school. And it defines the scope of, the limitations of the scope of practice to an esthetician based on the invasiveness of the procedure. And it specifically deals, and I can't remember what it is, with certain number of microns of the dermis, period. If it goes beyond that, which includes injectables, which includes laser technology, then it requires a medical procedure with a licensed professional. To address some of the changes, we instituted some advanced programs several years ago in our schools that were beyond the scope of approval here, but we had to go ahead with our accrediting body to get them approved. We started a program several years ago called ACE, which was Applied Clinical Aesthetics, specifically for those people that wanted to work for a doctor. And it was beyond the license of the 750 that's required in Tennessee, but it was an additional 250 hours that a student could come back to take, that mostly by video and by some externships, they would see medical procedures. Because Dr. Goko, who's a plastic surgeon in Murfreesboro, said, look, we love your graduates, but they faint when they see blood. So we had to start to expose them if they were going to work in these kind of procedures that were invasive, but we couldn't let them do any of these procedures because they're estheticians. So we gave them theoretical experience, and it has helped. So we've been able to show them more invasive dermabrasion as opposed to microdermabrasion, and prep. And our estheticians currently in the state of Tennessee are doing lots of preoperative and postoperative care for people that have had plastic surgery and different kinds of procedures. So maybe if we could start in this state by defining better what the scope of practice is, then people like Mona, who would, and we agree with her, would like to make the industry or make the license here be more robust to match what's currently happening, then you'd have a place to go from. You could say, okay, we currently have defined the scope of practice as this. Now let's invoke or let's work or engage with the medical board to see just where that difference is, and maybe that's the place to start. It would help us as schools to teach. We want to teach the right things to our estheticians.
And along that path, Georgia increased their hours to 1,000 hours, and they also have a different state statute that approaches lasers. I mean,
Exactly.
it's It's not under the Board of Medicine at all.
It's under the Board of Cosmetology?
No.
No, it's under its own board.
Well, lasers are covered. It is under the medical board, but it's a special subcommittee of the medical board. But estheticians cannot do a laser procedure in the state of Georgia.
When
Thank you.
you're teaching these, you're kind of just helping your students, really. I mean, you're not giving an extra license.
There is no license. There is,
yeah.
as Mona said, no state currently has
Right.
a medical esthetician's license. But if they're going to be an esthetician and work for a doctor, they need to have some other exposure that the current
Experience.
curriculum doesn't allow. So we give them that exposure theoretically, with demonstration. We have doctors come to our schools and actually give demonstrations.
That's
And
great.
we also do video. And I'm not saying everybody has to do that, but you've got to prepare them for work in a plastic surgeon's office if they're going to go work for a plastic surgeon.
And I understand that the laser companies send representatives and clinical people
Which is
with
really
the-
scary because,
Yeah.
by the way, because we have a lot of estheticians in the state of Tennessee that say they are certified laser techs because a sales rep gave them certification on a machine, and that is not enough.
It's not enough.
Training.
Do you charge extra for when they come back for the 250 hours? Do they pay extra to come back for their
Yeah, well, we
advanced
have,
training?
we had to go federally to get a program. We have a program approved in the state of Tennessee that's 950 hours long. At 750, they can go get their license. But if they're in the medical program, the medical aesthetics, we can't call it medical aesthetics. What we call it is applied clinical aesthetics. If they're in the applied clinical aesthetics program, they stay an extra 200 hours and get the additional.
Would you foresee that to be a master's aesthetics program?
Yeah, and as you know, and I know that you know this, some states have various levels of licensing. They'll call it level 1, level 2 license of aesthetics, then they'll have different hours requirements for that. And a number of states, in order to add more hours to aesthetics or to accommodate what's happening to the industry, have removed, cosmetologists hate when I say this, but they've removed aesthetics and even manicuring from the hair license.
Wouldn't be
Because
opposed to
because it's so much more than it used to be.
That makes perfect sense to me.
And this has all really been done over the last 2 years.
Yes,
In
it's
the
very
District
new.
of Columbia, they have a level 1, level 2. They have 600 hours, and then they have a 1,200 hours.
The
for their-
1,200-hour aesthetics program would give us the same kind of, the NCEA would also prepare, the NCEA is the National Certification Board.
They
and-
also are the same testing agency that we use for our
Exactly.
750 hours. They could test right along in a 1,200-hour course, gain their licensure at 750 hours, but still have that opportunity to take that 1,200-hour
The
course.
point, I guess, is that there are models out there.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of states are using them, but we just haven't gotten that far yet. But I think it would start with a real definition of the scope of practice of the 750-hour program that we have. That
And
was-
as
thank
you stated, Georgia's done this, district's done this. Alabama went all the way to 1,500 hours on theirs. Kentucky, another bordering state, is at 1,000 hours. And this has
We
all
wanna-
been to give this higher quality of the
Exactly.
education.
What we want to avoid, Florida has the highest incidence of litigation because you only have to go to school for a couple of months in Florida and you can call yourself an esthetician.
240 hours.
It's nothing. And and there's no coincidence to the fact that they have the highest litigation for malpractice in this industry, in the
They
country.
continue to
And-
help.
And I'm painfully aware of it. I know that, I just heard you mention Boca. I'm also a resident of Boca Raton. And so I know a lot of people in the industry down there, and the school industry's been screaming for years, this is an absurd license. It's a really, you can't even teach them the anatomy and physiology of the skin in a month. So,
I'm
that's it.
gonna-
Thank you.
Thank you. Interrupt us for a minute, 'cause we only have 5 minutes, or less than that, actually. So what we started with is what Laura recommended, which is let's give definitions. And I think that would be a great homework or start. As soon as I get some definitions and we can do part of it, I know this is Ms. Appenfield's passion. As soon as we've got something, we can distribute it so that at each meeting, we can move forward instead of, and cover everything.
Did I understand, though, that if we had to do this through legislature, that this board really
Not
didn't
the
have
definitions. The
definition?
definitions of what we can do, we can add, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't explain it clearly. We can't make it bigger than the statute has made it, but the statute, rulemaking authority exists for us to clarify what that is. So if we're saying that the statute's definition of
Esthetician.
I'm so sorry.
That's
If we're
okay.
saying that that is vague and that we need to clarify it more, we can use our rulemaking authority to do that. What we can't do is create something that isn't there. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
We can't make it bigger, but we can
I think
define
that's the
it.
biggest challenge, or the gap right now between the dialogue is the lack of definition. I think that's why it seems like it's all over the place with everybody making good points, but it's kind of, seems like the 800-pound gorilla, as opposed to coming up with
And-
definitions, and then we can corral within each level of
In
step.
the
that-
materials that I sent you, did you find substance to help move forward in that definition of that we could?
Yeah, there's good
There's-
direction and there's good substance. Other state models are helpful, but in creating definitions, we really have to stick to what our statutes. So while we can look to other states for help, we have to make sure that we're not creating something that wouldn't appropriately fit in with the framework of our statutes and the medical board statutes.
I appreciate your work on it. I was really happy to see the documents presented because I'd seen a lot of it, but I don't think anyone else really had, because you have to search for those things. Thank you.
So for our next meeting, if the board, the committee's good with that, we will try to establish some definitions. And Ms. Appenfield, if you've come up with some as well that you know that we want to list, we can define things that can't be done as well, or in the definitions include the exemption that allows and maybe clarify what it means, because the board office has to guide folks all the time on how to work under the supervision of a doctor. What does that mean? And that tends, they maybe put that in the definition.
It's a
so
very
clear.
gray area.
Right, right. So we can work on that to have ready for the committee for our May meeting. I distributed the fees again, and we'll at the end of this full meeting, maybe talk about those, just to have a plan and decide. And then anything else that the committee wants to discuss for the next rulemaking committee, we can kind of add to keep going.
I would love to explore just, I guess, the way things are taught in schools, or what is taught in schools. I know there is a curriculum that has to be followed, but I would love for everyone to kind of begin to think about, and I've, talked with a few schools and some students, and, overwhelmingly they say, well, we learned this and this and this, but I'll never use that. We never talked about it. So I think that if we could streamline, or maybe, what we just heard about defining the cosmetologist, maybe, giving more weight to a manicurist and excuse me. Yes. Did you want to say something?
If it's okay with the committee at your next meeting, I would be more than happy to have a short 5 or 7 minute type of PowerPoint that we can put together and kind of walk you through some of the things that are considered best practices in the industry versus some of the things that we recognize that are not so good that we need to address.
Okay.
Would that be okay?
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we good?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I think we'll wrap up our committee meeting, and everybody has about 5 minutes, and then we'll start the full meeting at 10 o'clock. Thank you so much. We can wait till they get in. Whenever you are.
This meeting of the State Board of Cosmetology and Barber Examiners is now open. We will be called to order, and Ms. Roxana, do you want to do our roll call first?
Yes, please. Thank you. Good morning. Let me start. Ms. Anita Allen. Present. Kelly Barger. Present. Nina Coppinger.
Present.
Bobby Finger,
Present.
Frank Ambusa,
Present.
Ron Gillihan,
Present.
Yvette Granger,
Present.
Patricia Richmond,
Present.
Judy McAllister,
Present.
Mona Sappenfield,
Present.
Amy Tanksley,
Present.
Ms. Diane Tiefenteller.
Present.
Thank you, all present.
Thank you. As we're getting started this morning, it's always been our custom to recognize our visitors in our schools. Do we have some schools and school owners present today? If you are, please stand and be recognized. Great. Have you here this morning, sir? Thank you for coming.
George Sansel, Tennessee School of Beauty and Officer.
Nice to have you. Mike, welcome back. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for coming. Like we have a large crowd here of hopefully a lot of students and public members, so thank you for being at your board meeting, and we hope you get something out of this today. That's right.
Thank you. We will start with those appearing before the board, and on your agenda, we have first our legislative update, and Ms. Rachel Powers with Commerce and Insurance. She's our Policy and Development Director. She will be happy to update us on anything that has changed, and then you can ask her questions. Thank you for being here, Rachel.
Of course. Good morning.
So,
Thank you all for having me. I am just going to go through all the legislation as previously presented, just a recap, and then I'm also going to talk about the amendments that are on all of the bills that affect the industry as well. The first one was Senate Bill 865 and House Bill 591. This required the board to post its fees on the website. This bill has been taken off notice, so that means it's no longer going through the process. The next one is Senate Bill 670, House Bill 593. This one is requiring the board to promulgate rules for barber schools and colleges to develop courses for the apprenticeship program in the barber industry. This one is set for the Senate calendar and rules, and in the House side, it's in the Government Operations Committee. This bill is the same as it has been. Any questions about that one? Okay. The next one is Senate Bill 669, House Bill 594. This one previously required any cosmetologist seeking a license to instruct in a cosmetology school to have at least 1 year of salon experience prior. This bill has been amended. The amendment reads that the licensee as a cosmetologist, esthetician, manicurist, or natural hairstylist shall have 3 continuous years of salon experience and licensure prior to seeking instructor licenses. So that bill has been amended, and it is going to the calendar in both the House and the Senate.
If I could interrupt for a second. On your iPads on page 5, we have that amendment. I think I only added those amendments that they may need to see.
And this bill, the drafting code on the amendment is 003668. If you go to the General Assembly's website, there's a tab where you can click on the amendments and say those amendments as they're filed.
So Rachel, just to clarify on this, it's now been changed from 1 year to 3 years? Thank you.
The next one is Senate Bill 862, House Bill 594. This bill requires cosmetologists, natural hairstylists who obtain a license after July 1, 2015 to submit proof of compliance with continuing education hours within 60 days of their license renewal. And it also had that $2 fee that was going to be used to establish a fund for cosmetology programs at publicly funded colleges. This one has been amended as well, and the amendment reads that the amendment actually states that the board shall establish and administer a scholarship program, but in the committee meetings, that shall has been changed to may, to provide money to publicly funded colleges, universities, and secondary schools for the purpose of administering, funding, establishing or otherwise operating a program for cosmetology, manicuring, aesthetics, or natural hairstyling. And the board would have the authority in this amendment as well. It says further to promulgate rules to create this scholarship program. So instead of taking a $2 fee to do this, it's going to allow you to look at your budget to make a decision as to how much money you could grant for a cosmetology scholarship at the end of each year. So you'll be able to create rules to do that instead of earmarking a certain amount. So that's what that amendment has done on that one. The next one is Senate Bill 543 and House Bill 691. This is the authorization bill where you as a board have previously authorized schools to be post-secondary authorized for federal funding. This bill has been amended to completely restate the previous bill. Basically, the amendment number is 005040, and that should be the third amendment on your iPads. And it restates to remove the exemption from the post-secondary division of THEC, where these schools will now apply to the Tennessee Higher Education Commission through the Division of Post-Secondary Authorization to become authorized. That is the authorizing entity for the state of Tennessee. It always has been. The previous authorization by you all was a rubber stamp until they could wrangle something to become the authorizer because it's such a new industry. And so schools, as of July 1, will now have to apply to the Division of Post-Secondary Education. It is not a rubber stamp with them. They do a efficient authorization process. The previous schools that have been authorized by you all will maintain their authorization until the expiration, which is stated in this bill, which is June 30th, 2016. If they don't become authorized through THEC by June 30th, their authorization by you will expire. But you will no longer be allowed to authorize after this July when this becomes effective. And that's essentially what this bill states.
Rachel,
Rachel.
does that mean they're going to be inspecting the schools and we're not?
No,
No.
that does not happen. You still license these schools.
Okay.
You still license them. They still have to apply to you to become licensed. To be authorized as a post-secondary education institution by the state of Tennessee, they will have to apply to the Division of Post-Secondary Education. It's education authorization, not licensure.
Monetarily involved with that, them doing it versus this
There is
department?
you have to pay a fee for authorization. You have to get each different program authorized that you're going to be requesting authorization for. So it just depends on your school and what programs you offer and the process for that. All schools that have come to get authorized through you all will have to get authorized through the authorizer for the state on or before June 1 of 2016.
At an additional fee?
Yes. It doesn't cost them anything to come to you all right now because it was a rubber stamp, and it would have created a fiscal note last year if we would have done it that way. So we really just worked to ensure kids didn't lose their federal funding by letting you all do it last year, and efforts to help them get everything together so they could do it. So.
Rachel, do all the authorizations expire on that date, or are there any that?
Yes,
Okay.
no, they all expired.
Statewide, okay.
This bill is up in Senate floor probably today, and the House Education Committee this week. Next bill is Senate Bill 1306, House Bill 987. This is the bill that you previously discussed you had questions on, which prohibits the board from suspending, revoking, or refusing to issue a license to a person having a felony conviction if the felony conviction occurred within 5 years prior to the board's decision, or a misdemeanor involving moral turpitude if the misdemeanor occurred within 2 years. This bill has been amended. The amendment number is 003900, and it changes the 5 years to 3 years for the felony and the 2 years for a misdemeanor to 1 year. And actually, your chairman came and spoke in committee, and there were a lot of questions by a lot of the members to what the board does and what our questions were, but they felt like this was necessary to go through the way it was. And it's still going through the process. It's set in the Senate to be calendared, and it should be on the House floor this week. Any questions?
Folks, we did make a pretty good argument for it. I don't think I was persuasive enough for them to figure out that it's important for us to be able to look back, and particularly in certain cases that you had some concerns about, Mona. This does not affect our ability looking forward. It simply is that look back period. So problems, we can still place restrictions on them, not for a year or 6 months or 3 years. I think we can still.
The next one is Senate Bill 964 and House Bill 1332. This is the big bill that touches almost every single section of your code. It has the standardization for high school requirements to accept the HiSET diploma as well as the GED. It abolishes the money being owed for barber schools before the applicant can be licensed. It cleans up all the fees out of the code where the board can make them in rules. It creates the definition for a dual shop. It also allows for razor shaving with a safety razor by cosmetologist. It standardizes misdemeanors throughout the code for violations for barbers and cosmetologists throughout. It adds the 7-year expiration on the education. I could go on and on. This one does a lot. It does a lot of cleanup too, and there is an amendment on it. The amendment is 0039. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading the previous one. 005040. And the amendment adds a cleanup section in the barber code where previously there wasn't an or. It's a tiny little add, but it looks like it adds a whole entire section. It just restates the section and adds the word or. And the second section actually does do something. They have also substituted in this 3-year requirement to become an instructor in this big bill as well. So it's repeating the previous bill in the same place.
Those bill numbers again?
Yeah, it's 964 in the Senate and 1332 in the House. And it's actually, I believe, on the Senate floor today and in Government Operations Committee of the House this week. And do you want the amendment number as well?
I've got it.
Okay.
But when we look up the bill, does it give the specifics like you just mentioned?
You just have to read the actual bill.
Okay.
They'll give a caption, but you have to be careful when you read a caption of a bill, because if it's a caption bill where it just opens up a code section to later change it, the caption might say something about, for example, scrap metal facilities, and then it'll come in and completely have something different. Like right now, there's a bill about rulemaking, but it's adding in a regulatory program for commercial breeders. And so it looks like it's a rulemaking bill, but the amendment has changed it. So you have to watch and just know your numbers and keep up with your numbers. If you just read a caption and you don't read the actual law changes in the amendment, sometimes you can miss things. So just be wary of that. But this one actually has stayed the same throughout besides this one amendment. And then sometimes amendments don't get put on in the House and in the Senate, and so the amendment doesn't carry all the way through for what passes. So that's why we wait on public chapters to come out to determine what actually went through on both sides. So Roxana will report those back to you once everything closes, and we send out notifies, and that's a great way to stay up to date on that as well. So, the next one is Senate Bill 1297, House Bill 1336. This is Senator Nicely's and Representative Daniel's same bill for the 5 years and 3 years for the felony and misdemeanor convictions, but on the barber side, so it does the same thing there. And it is in calendar this week. And then the last bill, which didn't have a Senate sponsor, never got a Senate sponsor, so it is to not be concerned with. And then this week, I actually had a meeting with your legal counsel and about med spas, and it brought me into the acknowledgement that there was a bill that doesn't open any of your cosmetology code, but that you might be interested in. It's Senate Bill 613, and don't have the House Bill companion number, but it creates
0980. Matthew Hill, it's 0980.
0980. It creates a registration for medical spas, and I could read you the bill if you'd like, since we didn't get it scanned in, but I believe Laura has it as well, and she was going to discuss that. But I'd be more than happy to talk to you about it. I think it may affect some of the industry, but it doesn't touch the Cosmetology or the Barber Act as far as the code changes. Questions?
On the one, the felony bill, can you explain how that changes from what we're doing now? I think I know, but I'm not sure.
I think currently, and I'll let legal counsel correct me if I'm wrong, I think currently on your licensure application, you ask for any felony conviction ever, and you don't ask for misdemeanors, and they provide a list of their record as well as recommendation letters. Well, this is going to restrict that look-back period to the time laid out in the bill. So they won't have to provide ever, they'll only have to provide the years in the bill, and then you'll also probably have to ask the other question of if you've ever had any misdemeanor convictions. So you'll have to add a question onto your application, and they'll have to provide what their misdemeanor convictions are, and you'll be able to consider those misdemeanor convictions if they involve moral turpitude.
That, so the felonies, we can look back 3 years, or they have to report 3 years back, and then misdemeanor is 1 year back, but we still require the letters of recommendation and
Oh yeah,
all
you'll be
that.
able to do all that as well. Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. It just changes your look back period and actually adds misdemeanors where you had previously only asked for felonies. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thanks. Well, what about the med spa? Can you read that?
Absolutely. Okay, the Tennessee Code Annotated 63, Chapter 6, Part 1 is amended by adding the following language as a new section. The Board of Medical Examiners, in consultation with the Board of Osteopathic Examination, shall establish and maintain an online registry for medical spas as defined in 63-1-153. The online registry shall include, at a minimum, the following: the name and physical address of the medical spa, the name and medical director or supervising physician, the medical license number of the director or supervising physician, and the designation as a medical doctor or doctor of osteopathy. And certification information of the medical director or supervising physician is required by 63-1-153, Section B and Section C. Any medical director or supervising physician who is responsible for or who supervises a medical spa shall provide the Board of Medical Examiners or the Board of Osteopathic Examination with the information described in subsection A. The Board of Medical Examiners and the Board of Osteopathic Examination shall post in a conspicuous size and type notice of the requirements of this section on the website of each board. The Board of Medical Examiners and the Board of Osteopathic Examination shall utilize existing resources and personnel in the implementation of this section. The act shall take effect on July 1, 2015, the public welfare requiring it. And I looked on the TLS website this morning, and it looks like there is a small amendment, and I think that there will be a registration fee. The way the medical boards work are very, very similar to the way regulatory boards work here, is they are required to be self-sufficient. And so I would expect there to be some sort of fee to register where they can create this online registry of these programs. I can't imagine it will be very large because all they'll have to pay for is the online registry. There's no real regulation here. It's just a list of the registrants, but that's my extent of knowledge of it.
So how does that involve or affect the cosmetology?
I think a lot of estheticians work at medical spas and do aesthetic services, and it's one of those crossover things, so. It doesn't touch your code, it doesn't open your loss, but it may affect it. And then Mona had brought this up previously.
It was just a
so.
back end, another idea, because last year the law was passed about truth in advertising of who your medical director is, and some consumers, had been kind of felt like it was more consumer protection if they actually knew what they were walking into to receive these types of procedures. It's again definitions, and the only thing about that law is and I've had a lot of phone calls about it, but there is a lobby forming that doesn't think that the state of Tennessee needs a registry because no other state has a registry. I can't form an opinion about that, but also this registry excludes physicians' offices. So it's perceived to some people that it's a law that would affect, that's being governed by doctors that doesn't affect doctors. So there's that going on as well. So that's all really I know about it. But the fee is a new deal because the board couldn't take funds to regulate it.
Other questions about any of the other bills? It looks like you're going to have some big changes to your code sections again this year, so there'll be some implementation, some rulemaking. We'll send out some notifies that will advise the licensees of what's going on. Looks like the instructor piece, kids having to, go and practice 3 years before they become an instructor will be a big deal. Implementing, looking at the licensure status through the board office on those applicants and testing and that sort of thing. And, the felony piece will be a big deal. And then being able to license dual shops in that cleanup bill, there's a lot of changes, so.
So on the form now, it will read, have you had a felony within the last 3 years? So, and once that's taken care of, we don't have to worry about, we won't even see the others. Before, we didn't.
It'll be board office work,
Yeah.
right, yeah. It'll be Roxanne, I guess
Yeah,
that.
but you'll have to change the form to say that so that they don't.
Misdemeanor as well.
And then the misdemeanor.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So schools will be affected because the schools, when they submit students to test with PSI, they're stopped at that question. And so they'll kind of, for a little bit go through that, because schools may not know when the felony took place. So they're going to have to learn that that's important to find out the timeline. Yep.
Rachel, thank you very much. We appreciate what you do.
Thank you, Rachel, immensely. And Mr. Chairman, if I could bring us back, we skipped over voting on the March minutes. If I could bring us back, please.
Everyone's had an opportunity to review those minutes. Were there any additions, corrections, or deletions?
I have one question. Did you hand out to everyone the reciprocity, the cleanup, the guidelines that we go by for reciprocity?
We did that at the last meeting when I did the fees, and I'll be happy to email them to everybody as well. I think last time I did that short table, if you will, that said what we were doing when they were short hours, which was asking them to compare.
So everybody did get those?
Everybody should have.
I just wanted to make sure on that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Motion?
Make a motion to accept the minutes.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Coppinger. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, we are on our iPads on page 10. We have a new aesthetics curriculum being added at a school. Ms. Paula Cook is going to appear before the board. Ms. Cook?
Ms. Cook, thank you for coming today. We appreciate you being here.
And this is, we presented this at the last meeting. This is the Tennessee Institute of Cosmetology that's located in Morristown. The school plans are adding the aesthetics curriculum and their current program to their current program. So if you have any questions, she'll be happy to answer. You've got the floor plan there on page 11.
Hello.
Roxana, you said that this was presented last month? and
No, I jumped ahead. The
Okay,
next school
okay.
that's coming was presented last
So
month.
this is a new one.
This is brand new. I apologize. The floor plan shows the facial rooms on the far right-hand side. Am I correct, Ms. Cook? Yes.
Y'all already had the cosmetology school, right?
Yes,
Okay, you're
yes.
just adding the aesthetics, okay.
At present time, I have about 27 students.
Aesthetics?
Oh, no.
No.
I'm adding I can't add any students in with aesthetics until I get approved.
Look, what's the total square footage on the school?
It's 68.
Additional equipment that was required for that, Patricia?
Facial room, and you got your microderm, and
Yeah, we have purchased the machines that we need for that, just add those
would
into
be-
the facial rooms.
then it just has to be inspected, right?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to accept as long as it passes inspection.
Second.
We have a motion seconded by Ms. Tiffany Teller to approve pending inspection. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
I was listening to you guys talk, and I was wondering, because I'm going to be new into this, and talking about the medical part of it. I mean, I'm not outside looking in and fixing to learn more about this. I don't know of anybody that would want to go to nursing school for 4 years to get a nursing degree and then turn around to do the aesthetics for a short period of time to get a medical aesthetics license. Could it be something that once you got your aesthetic license and you worked as an apprentice under a dermatologist or something at that matter for a period of 1 year, because you're getting all your experience at hands-on there anyway, that possibly they could come back at the end of a year, take another type of test to get a medical aesthetics license?
I'm not familiar with that type of protocol anywhere in the United States. It would be breaking
Right.
ground.
That's what I'm saying, but it would make sense. Like I said, I'm on the outside looking in, I don't know all the rules and things going in with it, but if you worked as an apprentice for
But
1
there are
year
very
under a
few-
doctor's,
But there are very few medical dermatologists that would be in agreement
they would
of
agree to do
accepting
something like
a
that,
year
right.
of an esthetician
'Cause like I said-
apprenticing under them. It's like training your competition.
it's just something, just a thought that, I thought might possibly stick out there that, would be, because, even as a cosmetologist, years ago, you had to work underneath a cosmetologist for a year as an apprentice before you could go out and open your own salon and everything. And that would just be something that would kind of be helpful, give them a lot more knowledge of the field if they're going to be working like in a dermatology office, that they could come back a year later and test out and possibly become a medical esthetician then.
It's still
Instead of-
just kind of like crossing the line between the medical and
I don't
not
think we
even
could
under our
give,
field.
we could not give a license. We
Yeah.
couldn't give a medical license. I mean,
It would
there's
have
no
to fall
such
under the
thing.
medical.
Right,
I
well, I'll
think the
just try to,
dermatologists would run.
I'll just try to keep up with you guys to
Right.
kind of
Yeah,
see
Right.
it's
how
so
it's going to go.
confusing.
But
It
it is
is.
very
It's
confusing.
like a big black hole that you just can't get out.
Right, and you guys were talking about laser, so can an esthetician do laser hair removal?
With medical supervision.
Okay, but it's not.
Or an
I
administrative.
don't teach that in school, correct? I didn't think so. Thank you.
Thank you for your input.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we are. And Ms. Luana Ball and Diana Norris are also appearing before the board. If I could get Ms. Norris. May not have been able to make it. She was hoping to make it and get early on. If you have any questions, on your iPads, you have a revision to the plan. What had concerned the board is the upper right-hand corner of the plan broke the theory practical hours differently. She revised it, and if you'll look at the email she sent me on page 13, apologize for the confusion. I don't think she's trying to break up the theory and the practical differently. I just think that the Excel spreadsheet kind of divided it. She's keeping the same structure of hours. She's just doing phases a little bit differently.
Essentially, she just had a typo on her.
I think so. I think so. She did think she'd be able to appear to clarify because she felt bad that we presented it the 2 times. And in this case, again, it's not a new program. She's just restructuring the way the classes are going to break through. So it was information that I thought the board needed to have.
Make a motion to accept.
I'll second.
We have a motion, seconded by Ms. Patricia, to accept this proposal. Is there any questions or discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have a change of location for a barber school. This is Genesis Career College, Nashville downtown campus. Mr. Richard Bundy and Miss Carrie Kulik. There you go. Thank you. If you can, button comes up if you need to speak. Thank you. Okay, before you, their application starts and their letter on page 16. This is actually, they're presenting their plan before doing the actual application. This is moving their barbering program to the building that, by the airport that houses their cosmetology. And so if you've got any questions, I did take advantage and ask board members to kind of look at the layout and make some recommendations. And so you've got on page 18 and 19 how the floor plan will lay of having the 2 different licensed schools, the barber and the cosmetology, together. Thank you for appearing.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
You're wanting to move your barber program into your airport location?
We are, yes, sir.
Okay, great. With, as I looked at your floor plan, I think probably the only question I had initially, I think it's been answered, was whether you intended to combine space and use space to cross-teach, or if it was just defined, one area for the barbers, one area for the cosmetology.
It will be clearly defined.
Okay.
We have installed other shampoo bowls to kind of help with that. That was kind of the only area of purgatory, I guess, you know. And we have installed 5 more shampoo bowls, and there will be partitions separating the 2 programs.
That was my only concern, was the definition of where they would divide. And I think the curtain thing will work fine. I feel like it will.
Make a motion to approve it. I don't really see anything glaring.
We have a motion to approve the request.
Second.
We have a second by Mr. Finger. Is there any questions? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Congratulations, Mr. Bundy.
There you go.
Good luck to you.
Okay, next we have a new barber school application, and this starts on your iPads on page 21. Mr. Michael Martin and Ms. Stephanie Watts are appearing also before the board to present this new barber school application. Tennessee Career Institute plans to open a new barbering school within the Columbia, Tennessee building that currently houses the cosmetology school. Thank you for appearing before the board.
Thank you.
The application, the fee, the floor plan, and the enrollment agreements have all been received. The entire school is 19,500 square feet, and the barber school facility will occupy a total of 1,680 square feet.
Martin, thank you again. It's good to see you again this morning.
Morning. Thank you for having me.
Our fee is there for a barber, is that to 1,600, okay.
Of the Georgia Career Institute, correct?
Yes, and Tennessee Career Institute.
And Tennessee, and this is just another one?
This is the school, we have two different companies in Tennessee. We have Georgia Career Institute has two branches of its Atlanta school. And then we have Tennessee Career Institute, which is in only one location, and it's in Columbia, Tennessee. And this is that school, and we're just adding a barbering program to it, but we had to do it as a new school because I guess instead of just adding a program, I think we had to add a school license for barbering.
Okay.
And you had a total of 20,000 square feet, so you just broke
20
out some space.
That's correct. Yeah, 20,000 square feet, and we've rededicated space specifically for barbering, but just for those, just for the clinic and the classroom. And then, of course, we already have ample laundry facilities and break rooms and offices and all those things.
Divided out too, where there's a breaking point, so they can tell when they're going to the cosmetology or the barber? Is it
Yes,
defined?
the floor plan will show you those two spaces are absolutely, those are actual rooms. So
Completely solitary by themselves, okay.
they are.
That's on page 24 on your iPads where you see the entire thing at the bottom right-hand corner. You can see the new barber facilities.
I make a motion to accept the application for the barber school.
I'll second.
I have a question. On your enrollment agreements, is that going to be adjusted to, oh, I see the barbering down there. I see it now.
We
My
have-
question was the barbering going to be on there, but I see it on there already, so
Yes, thank you.
that's fine.
Got to the enrollment agreements yet, hang on.
Refund policies and
This campus is already authorized through THEC because we offer massage therapy, so we will just be adding these programs to that authorization. We've already spoken with our representative at THEC for this.
we have a motion and a second to approve pending inspection. Are there any other questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Congratulations, Mr. Martin.
Condolences.
Let's go make some barbers.
Next, we have an application for a request to test. Mr. Kevin Vong was going to try to appear before the board. Mr. Vong? You have on page 30 a letter kind of explaining his situation, and I will recap for the board. If the board remembers, we've seen Mr. Vaughn before and considered his application. He had an issue with the PSI exam that the board had to allow him to test after a year of not being able to test. And the condition there was to allow him to test once he completed the application for his school hours, and I could vet that the hours were there. On the application, he presented that he attended school in Texas, and that school is one of the schools that has gone under the various disciplinary concerns and possible revocation of a license, and therefore I could not approve him. So Mr. Vaughn completed hours at Universal Beauty College in Texas, and because of the investigation, I've asked him to appear before the board. That investigation was between 2012 and 2013, and so he attended school, as his letter will state, between 2008 and 2009 prior to this investigation. So he is asking the board to consider those hours and answer any questions you have to see if he can go back to and, again, try to test.
He was prior to all the investigation then, right?
That's correct. Now, I don't know what happened at the school during that time, but it is prior to the investigation, yes.
Said you have vetted the hours from that time?
Well, no, because it's a Texas school. So I have no way of really doing a whole lot. That school was licensed and may still be licensed. It's one of the 9 schools that we won't be accepting hours from. But he did provide on his application that he attended in 2008 and completed in 2009. So that's what the board will consider, given that it's a time where at least the investigation didn't take place. Is the board okay approving those hours so he can test?
Roxana, do either you or council have recommendation on this?
My thought is there's no way to know if the school had issues at that point in time. So we've approved many a reciprocity applicant with hours from that school from that time anyway, without even testing, honestly. Because at that time, you know, we didn't know anything was going on. So I guess to be fair, given that we've even given reciprocity from those schools, he probably should have the opportunity to take the exam.
In outside the window of what we know.
Right. That what Texas did, and it was a very extensive, I mean, it took 1.5 years, investigation, was they audited where individuals lived versus where they said they were going to school. You can't be in Tennessee and go to school in Texas. It's just not possible. And so they really did a very thorough job on the schools that they found to not be in compliance. But the only time they looked at was 2012 through 2013, and we actually had some names that they audited and that kind of thing. So he definitely isn't in that time frame.
Well, since we've let some take it before that time, we should let him.
Texas was one of the states that we
accepted
received
also.
most reciprocity from.
What did we rule on this before?
Well, we ruled on him to be allowed to test because if you recall, during the testing phase, he used a book or something and PSI stopped his testing. And so the consequence of that was he couldn't test for a full year. We ruled that he'd served that time and would be allowed to test as soon as he completed the application. Unfortunately, the application gave me a school that we weren't approving, so that's why he's before you. Yeah.
You hold a license in another state? No?
As the hours from Texas, not
Take both of his tests here.
correct.
Okay.
And that's what he's still asking, to have a
And
chance
we
to
let
take the
others do
test.
it, right?
So you were in the process of taking your exam when they stopped you? Okay. Okay.
I recall he took an item into the test center.
His book.
Yeah, he took a book into the testing center and he didn't realize. So he said that.
Ms. Granger, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry. He took a book into the testing center and he didn't realize that he wasn't supposed to take the book, so they stopped the testing immediately because it was cheating.
So you realize now that you cannot do that?
I think we gave him a year to what was it? A year before he could test again. But now he can test, and he did the application, and the application has a school on it that has been investigated. But all this, right? But all this, his situation began before the investigation. I feel like since we let the others, go in reciprocity, that we should let him take the test as well.
Speculate what may or may not have happened. We just don't know.
Fair to him as the others, I'm in agreement with
Yeah.
you to let him take the test.
I would make a motion to have him take the test again.
And I second that.
We have a motion and a second to require both tests. If there is no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
I couldn't even see it.
Marvin.
Thank you. Okay. We are on your iPads on page 32. We will start. I'm going to do a brief recap. Give me a minute here. Okay. There were a couple of board members that were not here at the previous board meeting, so I'll try to summarize where we are at. During the March 2nd, 2015 board meeting, the board was informed that a school, Lyle's School of Hair Design, had signed by the school owner a consent order to revoke the school's license. At that time, the board requested a visit to the school to make sure that the school was no longer operating. The majority of the discussion at the board meeting in March was about the students, the hours they'd obtained at an unlicensed school, and how to attempt to make things right for the students who were, in fact, the victims in that situation. The office sent the field enforcement team on March the 4th to the school and found that the school was still open. We made copies of all the files that we could find to bring to the office and try to have a way to recap hours for the board to consider this. So between March 4th and April 2nd, that's what we've done. I went ahead and sent or gave everybody kind of paper versions of 3 documents. What you have before you is a front and back letter. That is the letter that was sent to all the students. We ended up with 126 names with hours of students between November 1st and March 4th that attended school during a time that the school had no license. And so this is the first piece that the board is going to have to consider, and then we'll move to the second piece. So this is the letter that students received. The board office probably spoke to anywhere from 20 to 30 students, whether email or many in person, just discussing what their options were. They were explained that it's going to be the board's decision what we do with those hours. So the next document that you have is the affidavit that the students have had to fill out to the best of their knowledge, let us know how many hours they completed, and then have it notarized and returned. We've received 46 affidavits. The vast majority came in late Wednesday and Thursday. I really only had 25 until that day, but that's perfectly okay. So that's so that you can kind of see what the students have received. And then the spreadsheet I printed for you is just the names of the students, the kind of hours, just in case you had some general questions. So that's a recap of the hours, of the information. On March 23rd, we did meet with the school owner, Ms. June Lyles. We met with her granddaughter, Amber Malone, and her son, Dan, and discussed the situation, the fact that when a license is revoked, the license is really gone. We talked about the students and the emphasis between those present from Commerce and Insurance as well as the school owners was to make this right for the students. So I can answer other questions that you have. This is the first piece that I'd like us to review, is the information on what to do with the students. Many of the students are here today. Several of them have asked me if they can speak, and I said, of course, that's the board's decision, but they definitely can. So I'll leave that up to the board. You've got before you, only 3 students asked for the withdrawal certification. It's something I'd like you to consider. For those that aren't school owners, schools report every month, monthly hour reports. And we can audit those, we keep track of them. The idea is when a student completes the right number of hours for that discipline, be it manicuring or cosmetology, and those are the 2 programs offered at that school, then a school gives what's called a withdrawal document, or a document you can use to transfer somewhere else. And so that is the document that on the affidavit we listed if they wanted to receive it. Only 3 have told us that they do want it. As Ms. Patricia and Ron can testify, there's no harm in having that document. That document really just reiterates to you that you could go somewhere else if you wanted to. It gives you something to touch on. So that's something I'd like the board to consider, because if we don't prepare them now, time's going to go by and the office is going to be busy with other things. There won't be a great time to do it for those students that need it. But right now we only have 3 requests. The other item is we have on the spreadsheet, and I believe I copied, you've got in front of you the consent order that was signed. So I will give you in a minute some time to process all this and ask questions. You've got on page 43 and 44 a couple of the monthly hours, the December and the January. And this is just coming back to some of the points that I want the board to take into account. We've got 2 students with hours or an enrollment of 2003. The cosmetology statute says that you can only go up to 7 years. So these students might be going for additional education, or it's not clear, but they definitely don't need to be on the monthly hour reports, because anything over 600 hours is either lost or they've been submitted to test. There's a student with enrollment date of January 6, 2015, who started in January and received 119.7 hours, but if you look at the previous month, she has 120 from the previous month. So that's obviously not possible to happen and of concern. The next item that I'll let you again review is we have a student that had asked the school for their check back upon knowledge that the school did not have a license. The parent stopped payment on that check and soon after was sent to collection. That parent is someone that wants to speak today. There's a copy of the Paytex Solutions document from March 20th. And again, the board office can, at the board's advice, send a letter to the collection agency stating that, you know, the school didn't have a license when they went to collection, because obviously the parent's not happy about that having happened and is of a concern. Right now, the school has 172 open contracts with obligations to students. That's just something that I do want the board to kind of think about and know. We have one student that has passed the theory exam and then was stopped from taking the practical. So she's got a job lined up and she's missing 153 hours. And so, again, as you consider what we do with these hours for 126 students that had time between November and March, just little things that I do want you to keep in mind. And then between those months, there's a total of just about 11,000 hours that students went, 10,997 hours, that the board is going to consider now. If we're going to approve, we'll be approving it to all the students. The affidavits that have come into the office, as far as the hours, are pretty close to what the monthly hour reports state. So if the board is comfortable with it and we do the withdraw document or we approve them, we can go with the total number that Lyle School has presented, because in many cases when the students had an image of it, it was identical to the hours on the report. Those others that weren't certain, but there's few discrepancies, not a lot.
So this is the school that was closed but still accepting students.
Correct.
Any citations or warnings has the school had before?
They have a complaint history. That's the reason that the board voted to revoke. And that's not at the table now.
This is the school that we requested that you go to and
Correct.
notify.
Correct. I did not update the board. The board had requested that I go in person. We discussed it, and even before we left, we decided maybe the field enforcement team made a lot more sense. And that's the reason we went that route. I didn't update the board because it was more than what I thought it would be. And again, the consent order and the reason for the complaints and all that goes back to many meetings ago, so that's not the piece. It's just once we realized that the school was still teaching and had to deal with that, it just sounded better to present it to the board now. But those students have in essence been waiting for a full month.
Is the school closed
Yes.
now?
Yes, it is.
What we're considering is if we would accept these hours at an unlicensed school.
Correct.
Anything in the history that we've seen this before?
Oh,
maybe-
thank goodness, no. The instructors were licensed. And so, and I've had the privilege to speak to a few of them, to a couple of them. The instructors that taught were licensed. The students that went, and many of them signed contracts in January and February. They did so assuming that the school was licensed, so they really had no idea.
So they were actually being taught.
Yes.
Although the school wasn't licensed.
Correct.
So that in turn is why they became the
Taking their money.
victims. So they were actually truly receiving their hours and doing what they were supposed to do and under
False
instruction.
pretenses.
Under fraud, maybe.
Yeah.
I have a question. This doesn't really have to do with whether or not we're going to accept their hours, but so they submitted hours in January and February to the board office.
Correct. And that is part of what we talked about a little bit. Unfortunately, what
Okay.
happens with some of the schools, they still submit paper hours. Most of our privately licensed schools email them to us, so we know immediately they're there, they're tracked. Those school hours weren't actually logged and acknowledged until the end of January, and that individual was retiring, so it was missed until the first week of February after our board meeting. It was presented to the board as soon as we knew there were November and December hours, and that's when we dealt with it at the meeting. It was the first meeting where we could talk about it and have the board decide, yes.
I mean, were the students aware of anything that was going on, or they were
Oh,
not,
because
completely
the
not?
information, and when we talk
Right.
about the application, the school owner, explanation to us was that they didn't realize that revocation was part of this.
Can we hear from some of the students
Yeah, I'd
that are
like to hear
here?
from
I'd
some
like
of
I'd
the
like to hear
them.
from the parent that.
I'd like to hear from all of them.
Let me just do something for the sake of being organized with this. How many of you present are from this school? Could you raise your hand, please? Okay. How many of you wish to speak today? We only have three.
I have a list of 4 that I
4, 5,
know
6.
wanted to speak. If it's okay with the board, I'd like
Okay.
to start with those.
Yes, and we will hear from the parents as well. We want to,
Like
since
hear from the
everybody doesn't
parents.
want to speak, we'll definitely give ear.
Miss Lauren Jones, are you here? Come on up, Miss Jones.
Could you come up front, please?
If I can get you to sign in.
While she is getting signed in, I'd like to ask, are any of those instructors from that school here today?
Oh, one, I'd love to hear from
Wonderful.
her.
Thank you. We'd like to hear from you, too. Okay. Ms. Jones, can you tell us when you enrolled in the school? Tell us a little bit about your particular circumstances and the things that you thought about or believed to be correct there.
Yes, I enrolled in January of 2014, and as of March 4th of this year, I have 1,347 hours, with an estimated graduation date, it was supposed to be next week. I am in full-time attendance and also have 2 part-time jobs as well. And most of us did listen to the meeting on March 2nd via, YouTube, and have discussed it. And I just really want to offer you just a true picture of what Lyles was like. I know some of you, seeing all these numbers coming in, even wondered if some of us were just numbers on a paper or if we were actual students in attendance. And I just want to make it known that many of us were full-time students that had jobs as well. And not only am I here to really beg for you to approve our hours, honestly, but just to give you a true picture, to let you know that we've done everything we could to our best ability to attend the school. We've been taught by licensed instructors. And many of us chose Lyles because we are in a financial disadvantage. I know there's 5 single mothers among my classmates in the cosmetology program. And many of us have our bachelor degrees and simply have too many student loans to take out more loans. So Lyles offered a great solution to us. They've been more than willing to work with our situations, both financially and working with us with our jobs, as most of us do have to work as well. I can tell you by my experience that the instructors have been more than competent and helpful. We had no idea that the license was revoked. It's not as if the license was pulled off the wall and there was a notice put on the door. We had no way of knowing, and it's been devastating to us, honestly.
Imagine.
Because this is our lives, and many of us do have jobs lined up, myself included.
At any time, did the school indicate to you that they had their license revoked, or did they indicate in any way that they had problems?
No, at no time.
All these 140 students there full-time?
The majority of the students are in the nail program. I cannot speak to anywhere near that number, over 100. That is surprising to me. As far as daily attendance, as far as my college cosmetology classmates, there may be, 10 to 15 of us that would come consistently. As far as the nail program, there were a lot of students, but, a lot of them signed up as families and in groups, and I would see as many as, I'd say even like 12 to 15 could enroll in one day. And not a lot of them came consistently because most of us are, adults that have to work full time. So that number is surprising to me. It does seem a little inflated, but on the other hand, if we look at the broad spectrum between October and now, it's very possible that that many students did come in and enroll and attend, mostly on a part-time basis.
You were a full-time student. On average, just your best guess, how many hours would you normally attend each day or each week?
Approximately 25 to 30 hours per week. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and please let me know if you have any questions. I'm happy to answer them for you.
I mean, I know it's really, it's a situation we face as school owners. Some schools are really structured and they only let the students come certain days and certain hours and that's it. Then you have some schools that will be flexible with them. And because the structure, if you have children and stuff, you never know who's going to be sick. You've got to give these students some leeway. And if they get to be absent, there's usually like a 6 months leave of absence they can take. But that's about, I think that's the max you can take by law, is 6 months.
Ms. Jones, now, of course, you're a full-time student. Now, we don't expect you to know what everybody else is doing. Please don't think that. But just from your observations and your own ideas, for many of the part-time students and those in the other programs, do you have any idea or estimate of the number of hours you might see the average student there each week? If you were only there 20 to 25 hours, obviously you couldn't have seen everything. But you indicated that there was inconsistency in attendance, which is common a lot of times. We understand that. But would you say that the other programs were attending more as a part-time schedule, more, 8, 10, 15 hours, or is it more to the full-time as you were?
I would estimate the majority of the students to attend less than 20 hours per week, mostly due to work and family obligations, marriages, children, and financial obligations having to work.
Ms. Jones, have you transferred to another school to get your remaining hours to 1,500?
No, I have not. It was my understanding from Roxana that you all have to approve my hours before I'm allowed to transfer. I did look at that option because I'm very eager to get in the workforce as soon as possible.
Do you have options on just that few hours to pick up at another school? Are there options like that?
The board first has to decide to vote and approve the hours between November and March for her to have that number.
I just know earlier board meetings, we were struggling with people picking up increments of hours, and I was just trying to get a fuller solution.
The board voted to approve anything prior to November 1st, assuming that there was miscommunication or something to allow that October gap. So this 126 students that I charted out really had to be stopped from testing if they had hours that the board has not yet approved. So that's what you're looking at.
This school's, Mona, that will take them if they only have
Yeah, there's-
200 hours
Okay.
left. There is
Cool.
schools
There's
that will
options.
let them come in and
And work with
finish.
them. And not all schools, some of the schools won't take all of their hours. And to my opinion, in this situation, it's kind of a different situation because we've never been faced with it. And if we do approve these hours, I think they should be able to get credit for their hours.
Just for the members, and of course, remember, this came in front of us at the previous month's meeting. I took it upon myself during the last month to contact many schools in the area. And of course, I won't get into names and things like that, but I contacted many schools and just inquired as to what their policies were, and in some situations, as we're presented with today, would they be willing, if approved, to accept the small number of hours that might be transferred. A lot of schools do have policies that say once a student has passed 40% or 50% of their scheduled time, that they won't take them in as a new program. But to a school, everyone that I spoke with indicated that they would be willing to work with them on their hours as approved by the board. Different ranges financially for each of the programs, but there are a few schools out there that have lower cost of attendance, and others have indicated that they would be willing to discuss proration and things like that on cost for students. So I hope I can speak for the board in saying that we absolutely sympathize with your positions, and we don't want to do anything to hurt innocent students and consumers who are simply trying to get an education through the bad actions of a school that wasn't operating correctly. What we have to do, though, is we have to work within the framework of our rules and laws and what we're allowed to consider and what we're allowed to do. I think that probably craft something here today that would allow us to do those things that we need to do. But we certainly need some more input than mine.
Thank you
If I
for
could
coming,
add a-
Ms. Jones, though, because it's important, and to everyone that came today on this is such a different situation. It's really, I appreciate your time to take it to this level, to come and speak to us, because it does look different than it did last month to all of us, I'm sure.
Y'all are the students, and, you know, have y'all paid money in? Have you not paid? You know, there's so many aspects to take. And, you know, you got two separate things. You've got the students, and then you have the school that we have to deal with later. But right now, we're just dealing with whether or not to take these students' hours.
If we could, I think that they
We
deserve
divide that
that
out.
decision
Yeah.
before we do anything else. You
Right.
had been asking about full-time versus part-time. The February report, just to pick one, is 1 full-time student, 87 part-time.
Okay.
And what we would essentially be voting on is accepting hours that students received from an unlicensed school.
By licensed
But they-
teachers, correct?
Correct, correct. All the instructors at the school currently have active instructor license.
I'm looking at this as the other side. If I'm on the other side of the fence here, I'm thinking these students were victimized.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I can't see holding any of this
against them.
criminal activity by a school owner against students.
I would
mean,
agree
if
with
they
you,
were if
Frank.
they were working and they were licensed teachers and they were getting the education they would have gotten if the school was licensed.
The only thing that bothers me is, and she seems like a very legitimate case that should probably get her hours approved, but this is like an all or nothing situation where we're gonna approve everybody, and I'm not so sure about some of these.
Can it be like a case by
And
case?
she's
I
saying
think
that,
somebody's falling through the cracks
Yeah.
here,
Yeah.
maybe.
that maybe she was surprised that so many people were listed.
Well, and that's the reason we did the affidavit I wanted you to look at. I believe if the board decides, and it is my personal recommendation as well, and I've spoken, and I've been up many a night because of the conversations with students. They've been on hold this entire month. And they're our future, not to mention they really are the customers we're supposed to be protecting right now. But they, you know, based on that, approving their hours, I think has to be as we receive the affidavits.
Right.
Because
A case
that's
by
the reason
case.
they went out. So at least as of Thursday, I have 46 affidavits. So that would be the first piece. If the board is okay approving those hours as the affidavits come in, then giving me permission as more affidavits come in, and I can match them to the hours that Lyles has provided us. We have the hours through March 4th, as long as they're very close. If there's a discrepancy, I would advise that a letter, then the office send a letter saying, you know, you're off by 2-3 hours. I'm not overly worried about. There's a couple where we're off more than 30 hours. That's too much. I'd have to go with what the school submitted, given that they've been accurate with most of the affidavits. But then that way they're not waiting an extra month. If as I get the affidavits, the board's okay with us approving it, I think that will move the process.
That time is of essence, but are we going to set a date on getting these affidavits in so that we're not talking about this in 4 years?
Well, there's a total.
Because it's a 7-year deal on these hours if we.
Right,
as
and
we
the
start
problem
approving
with
them.
the 172 contracts that I have here is that some of them may be out of the country. They may be coming in for the next, few months, I don't know. But the hours between November and March are 126 student hours. That's it.
Yeah.
So if 46 have done the affidavit, it's still a lot that haven't, but I'm hopeful as words gets out. The students have been very good about communicating with each other. As they've called me and there's been discrepancy on the stories, they've called back and said, we're a little confused. So I think they're good about communicating with each other and helping get the word out that we need the affidavit and that's the only way that the board will allow for the approval of the hours.
I'd make a
How are
motion.
we gonna,
Hold on. I'm sorry. Before we get into motions, and I know you have some more questions you'd like to ask, we did have some other students who would like to speak. I'd like to hear from our instructor that's present. And I have some questions for our council before we make any motions, if you don't mind.
While I have this platform, can I make a statement as to the reopening of Lyles and the application for the school as well?
A little bit out of place, but you go ahead. That's fine.
Okay. I appreciate your time. I did want to offer, I am here to speak in Lyle's favor on reopening the school. I really want the board to know that this was not a criminal activity. I know it's been viewed as such, and I understand where you're coming from, but from speaking with the owners and really being there all this time, I beg you to consider that this was not done intentionally. When Miss June signed the letter revoking the license, I can tell you honestly, she did not understand that she was revoking the license. It was her understanding that she was paying either a fee or going to have the license revoked. It was our understanding that it was either or, not both. So that doesn't excuse the negligence if she didn't understand what she was signing to ask for counsel, but I really hope that you will take that into consideration, that I know you're viewing it as fraud, that she was enrolling students and taking, tuition money at this time, but it was not done criminally. I do believe that I think it's our granddaughter, Amber Malone, who is petitioning to be the new owner of the school, and I can attest that she is a woman of great character and integrity, and I just hope that you'll take that into consideration. Us as students, we really need this school. I understand that there are a lot of options in the Middle Tennessee area, and so I'm willing to take our hours, no questions asked, and work with us on a payment plan as well. Lyles, from what I've researched, is still the best financial option for many of us, and I know I speak on behalf of most of the students when I say we do wish to attend there again. We love our student family there, we love our instructors, and we have high hopes for this school, and I hope you'll take that into consideration. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Before you leave, you had another question?
mine was just for Roxanne about the hours that someone got hours in December but wasn't enrolled in school until January. How are we going to be able to know that if they're not enrolled in January but they had 120 hours in December? That's impossible.
Correct. And I pointed those things out because, again, there's just some items on the hourly reports that obviously is the reason some of the complaints have existed. And so in that particular candidate, I couldn't honor hours prior to when the contract was signed. So,
But how, will you be able to catch that? I mean,
for that student, I mean, either the contract was signed in December or those 120 hours can't count. Yeah, that's
As
what
we
we'll
get
have to look at.
into a decision, maybe we could forward it from enrollment and they drop all those hours that they weren't actually enrolled.
that they weren't
If-
before the
if you
contract.
can audit
But
that.
you've got their contracts, right?
Yes.
Their dated contracts.
We have their data contract, and it's from January, and it carries a month prior of 120, which is not possible, so we
Right.
wouldn't be able to honor.
But if with you having the contracts, if we agree to grant them the hours, you can go from their contract dates and not the monthly report. I mean, in other words, if they were on December's, but their contract's January, you'll automatically go from January and not give them December also.
In this particular student, that's not the case. They're in January for the first time with 120 hours, but a previous month of 120 that can't be accepted, unfortunately.
So each one of them will have to be reviewed
By
Yes.
contract.
singly.
That was,
And
I
that's
guess,
the only one.
Right.
That's really
Say it
the only
right.
one that has that,
Okay.
that clash, so.
Oh, okay.
The
Okay.
board had mentioned talking to the parent. That is one of the individuals that had asked to speak. Are you okay with that being the next person we
That's fine.
call up?
That's
Okay.
fine.
So, and the student's name is Ashley Brighton, but her mother is Karen. I'm not sure who's going to decide to speak. Karen? Thank you, Karen. If you'll sign in for me and then press the button. The board has a copy of the collection letter that I need.
Okay.
On your iPads, on page 46, I printed an email that Ms. Bright sent me, as well as the Paytech Solutions collection that she's received, and I'll let you ask, she can answer any questions you have.
Right, as well.
Karen Bright.
Karen Bright.
Ashley's mother.
Right, when you signed the contracts and you wrote the check, does it match the refund policy when you asked about the refund?
I didn't ask about a refund. What happened was, we signed the contract. She started in February of 2014, and I'd been making monthly payments. And in February, we went into the shop and talked to them, and I paid for January, February, and March. 3 days later, we found out they had not had a license since October. So of course, I stopped payment on that check because I'm thinking, why do I want to keep paying
As you should.
for nothing?
I get
And then
that.
they sent me to collections. And, but our case is a little bit different because we live in Missouri. I have sons that live here in Nashville, and that's how she ended up at Lyle's. And my daughter-in-law's sister had attended there a few years ago. And so we moved her here, and we were paying for her school to help her.
Sure.
And for her rent. And because of some personal family situations, she has to move back home to Missouri. So I guess my question for you guys is if we can get her hours transferred so that she could enroll in Missouri. I did talk to the Missouri Cosmetology Board, and they require it to be broken down. I don't know how you guys do it, but if you can break it down to the different areas, her hours. And that is what I would like to see for her.
So if we do agree to approve everybody's hours and everything administratively, that's just kind of a normal thing when somebody moves, that the administration does it? Or does the school normally do the transfers?
School normally does the transfers. This is going to be
So
different.
she's kind of in the middle, so she would have to, we'd have to approve somebody to figure that out? Or
No, we will be. The
you would
board
do it.
office, that's the reason for the spreadsheet.
You would do it.
I've been, yes.
Okay.
the
Release
board
the
office-
hours or non-release. There's a little checkpoint down there that you can
Okay.
say release
I
or
don't
not
own a
release.
school, so I'm trying to figure it
Yeah.
out. I'm learning as I go, quickly.
In Missouri, if she wanted to enroll in school in Missouri, she would find a school there, then they would help her probably walk through the Missouri's requirements for reciprocity to them. Missouri would contact Tennessee. If her hours were approved, then the board would certify those hours. Then Missouri would accept them. They'd notify the school that she could. It's the reverse of what we do when someone comes from Florida or Texas.
I don't think this board has any authority on the collections part or anything. I mean.
Yeah, Mona, I agree with you on the authority with the collections part, but it does say some character about the school because reading from the iPad, you asked them about the check.
My daughter did because you'd only stop, I didn't know this, you'd only stop payment for 6 months. And so she didn't tell them we'd stop payment. She said, my parents want that check back. Like 2 days later, they tried to cash it. And of course, it was stop payment, and then they sent me to collections. So, which, I mean, if she gets all her hours, I'm more than willing to pay for what we owe. I have no problem with that at all. But, coming from our point of view, once we found out they had not had a license in 3 months, we had absolutely no idea, or 4 months. That was the only reason I did that.
We hope to have some remedy for you today. I understand, time is, I think, is of essence with this, but we have to hear and make that decision on how to propose this. It's different.
Yeah, I just want to make one comment as a member of the board that the school was most definitely unlicensed, and they continue to take payments from these students. And this is just speaking on the character of the school itself. I'm going to be very blunt about it. You knew that you were unlicensed, misunderstanding or not, and when the student notified that, hey, you're unlicensed, can I have my check back or whatnot, you denied them that and proceeded to try to cash the check. So I think that says something about the school. So I just wanted to make that statement.
Well, my question was, when you asked for the check back, did you say, do you have a license? I heard you didn't have a license. Can I have my check back?
What happened was, because I was in Missouri.
Okay,
and
yes.
We were visiting here in Nashville, and we walked into the school, gave them a check, and then 3 days later found out they did not have a license. So my daughter, I guess they all met, and at that time she said, hey, my parents would like to have that check back. Because, yeah, everybody knew they had the license at that point.
I would like to.
And they said they didn't know where it was. They said they didn't know where the check was. And
But did they say, well, we know we don't have a license? I mean, I'd like to know, like, when you asked for the check back and said because you don't have a license.
Was it worded that
Like,
you
what
knew
did
that
she
the school
say?
wasn't licensed?
What did the owner say in response to why she was not giving the check back?
I think if we can keep moving with the hours, you're going to have plenty of time to ask the questions to the owner on
At
what
the
they
school.
said. The issue
Yeah.
here is
The student's hours.
that the student, once they
Well,
found
yeah,
out,
I'm just going back
Right.
to intent, really.
Yeah.
Did she think she had a license, or did she know, look, I don't have a license, and I'm just doing this on purpose?
based on this, her
You've
daughter
indicated-
already knew.
You've indicated that you knew in October that she didn't have a license, correct? Or was that
No,
February?
we found out in March.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's-
But we
that
found
was-
out they
I think that's
actually-
where everybody was confused.
It was actually my understanding is they actually lost it in October.
Okay.
But we didn't find out till March.
Okay.
This collection letter you're looking at is from March 20th.
Is your daughter a cosmetology student or a nail student?
Cosmetology.
Cosmetology, okay. Okay.
I think it's clear that the students did not, at least some of the students did not know, and like it was previously stated, they were victimized. I just wanted to say that piece just for it to be recorded, because I know this today is, we need to make a decision if the student's going to get their hours approved or not. Everything else is kind of irrelevant in this meeting.
Were there any other students that wish to add to us?
Thank you very much.
We'd like to
Karen.
hear from you, and then we'll hear
Yes.
from the instructor last.
Miss Irene Marsh or Irene Ford, I know she and her husband were going to try to attend. Thank you.
We don't mean to cut you off, but if, as we have questions, you can please answer. I think we're all getting a feel for this stuff. If we can kind of keep it brief, if we have questions, that's fine. But we do want to allow all these folks to be heard and get their side on the record.
Ms. Ford, if I could, while she's signing in on the spreadsheet, you can see she's actually finished her hours. She has 1,501 hours. But again, the big chunk of it is that during the months that there's no license. And so she's blocked from taking the practical exam. She has taken the theory and passed. So she is waiting on the decision.
Thing you'd like to tell us about the school?
Just that it's been like a great school. Just everything Lauren said is so true. Like, I really appreciated that school. I wanted to go. I've been there for 2.5 years. I'm a part-time student, so it took me a long time to finish. And I finally finished, and I was really excited. I scheduled my theory test, and then 2 days later, found out the school is whatever. But it's just been a really good opportunity for me. Miss June has always been really helpful with me with my hours, and had a lot of financial trouble during it, so she was always, if I was late on payment, she was always like, it's okay, like, just make sure you get it in, and I'm paid in full now, obviously. I got submitted for my hours. And it's a really great opportunity for people like all of us who have full-time jobs and things we can't not work because we need money to pay our bills and pay off loans and all that. So it's even, like Lauren said, there's lots of other schools around Nashville, but the majority of them are at least 2 times as much as the school there. Most of them have attendance policies like you were talking about, that you miss like 2 days, they kick you out. And most of us can't go to a school like that. There's not many night programs, and
There are some around though.
there's a few,
There's
yeah,
a
but
few,
it's
yeah.
just like I know there's like Tennessee Tech, I think, and stuff, but their programs just aren't as, like I've known people go there and they don't get to do as many things as we get to do. So it's been a really good opportunity. I really want Lyles to stay around for me, I'm finished, I know, so I don't have to transfer, but a lot of my friends are there, and I know there's some people who are like, I just don't know what I'm gonna do if the school's not there because the options are hard.
I want to ask a question. Your reason for being here, is it to see if your hours are going to be approved, or to talk on Lyle's behalf?
Both. I mean, for me, the biggest thing is getting my hours approved because I'm done. I want to take my test and quit my day job working at a desk all day and go work in a salon. So for me, that's the biggest thing. I have a lot of friends who are still in the boat of needing to go back to school. So that's why I said all that. But yeah, for me, it's mostly to get my hours just because that's where I'm at in my school journey. I'm done with school, or I thought I was done with school, trying to be done with school. So.
You supply like a list of schools that have different type of hours besides such structures. So if we take their hours, they can transfer to help them find a school that would be suitable for them.
Yes, we have those
We
schools
have
that have
those.
told us, and like
Right.
Chairman Gillihan mentioned, he's been talking to schools that will take those that have only 150 and what have you. So that's not Ms. Marsh's
Right.
immediate
Right, she just
need,
wants,
right.
she wants to
She's
take the
finished,
test and go
yeah.
to work. Okay, well, thank you.
I have a question for you. Since you have completed all your hours, this goes more to how you were dealt with through the program. Were you given monthly attendance reports or report cards as you went through the program? Anything to indicate how many hours you actually attended?
Yeah, well, we clock in on a computer, so every time we clock in, it shows us how many hours we have, and you can also view a list of your clock in and clock outs for that month. Every month when she submits it, the clock in and clock out update, so you can't see like previous months.
Is
But
that something you just type in and signed in on, or was it
You-
a
it's-
scan card or?
No, you
finger-
typed in, it was
a
like
number?
your student number, and then it popped up on the screen how many hours you had when you clocked in, and then how many you have when you clock out.
Yeah, I get progress
Did they give you a
report.
final report at the end of the month that says I have 300 hours or 600 hours, anything like that?
No, they don't usually hand you one. I'm sure if we asked, I know she had all that, but none of us usually asked for it. If we wanted to, we just took pictures of our hours and just so we knew.
For
Some
the
people
director,
did
my
that.
reason for asking that is real simple. If we have a question over questionable hours, if there was a computer program that we look back on that was anything we have questions on?
Do y'all get progress reports over certain hours?
We had some sheets, so we had to there are 200, 400 hours. We had to do certain things like 5 perms or like all that throughout those. And I mean, we had our tests that we took on each chapter. So those are the only type of grades we got usually. But yeah, just more like verbal. The teachers were always there supervising us on clients, on our mannequin dolls, on everything. So it's more verbal progress reports, but.
Have any further questions for this young lady?
You ready to take your practical?
Yeah,
With
I mean,
all
I
this-
definitely
yeah.
want to practice a few more times, but I feel ready. I mean, I love doing hair. I've had a really good time doing it, and
You've been
I'm ready.
prepared well for it.
Yeah, I've had really great teachers the whole time, and
Yeah.
I think I've learned a lot through the school. I know I have a lot more to learn in the salon, but I think that I've learned quite a bit there.
Thank you for your enthusiasm.
Good luck.
Do we have another student that was out there?
We have one more that did tell me that they wanted to speak. It's Kate Spears.
Okay. You'd come forward and just have a seat. When you're ready to speak, if you'll push the button that says speak, the light will come on.
I just want to first start off by saying that no one knew that the school's license was revoked. I know that, Miss Granger, is that your last name? Yes. You think that, I assure you that she did not. She would never want to hold any of us back, do nothing but help us. I know this has just put her in a distraught state. There was a lot of us that went every single day. I started off in the night program on July 16th of 2013 part-time because I was a preschool teacher. The night program was taken away when there wasn't enough students. So I completely did a 180 and I got back into the service industry. And I've been working long nights for the last year, working until 1 o'clock in the morning, and I was at school every single day at 8:30. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What was your name again, dear? I'm sorry.
Catherine Spear. It's just, we've all worked so hard to get to this point. I had finished my hours on February 28th. And the school, 3 days after was when this happened. So I didn't get to submit my hours to take my test. And it's just not fair to any of us that have worked this hard. The teachers have been there as well, helping us along the way. Their jobs have been taken. I don't think any of this was intentional, and it's kind of offending to me to think that someone would think that it was, because it's not criminal, it was unintended. I just don't think anyone at the school, owners or family members or any of that would want to, they are here for us, and they have been the entire time. Working with our situations, that's why they want to work with our schedules, because they understand that we are hardworking people, and we want to do better for ourselves and do what we love to do, which is hair, our nails, or whatever it may be. And that's why they have a program that is for us, there for us to help us get through it, whether we're going a couple days a week or full-time. I was putting in 25 to 30 hours a week and working 45 hours a week. So I'm tired, and I'm ready to get out of the service industry and do what I love to do. So
You have your whole 1,500 hours, right?
I do. I completed
Okay.
them on February
So-
28th.
That's the issue. We're wanting to try to get these
Yep.
students situated with their hours
Right.
so that y'all can move forward.
Yes. I don't know if anyone wants to ask anything. I don't really know what to say just because it's so emotional and it's.
Have any other questions for her? Before we move on to our instructor, I'd like to say something to you students who've come out here and who spoke today. We understand your position. We understand your plight. We sympathize with you, and we, I believe, want to do all we can to support you. But specifically, from me to you, I want to tell you that you have represented yourselves and your students very well. Okay? You have spoken well. We know how difficult it is for you to come and sit and face a board like this, and you should be very proud of yourselves. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Roxana, we have one other student.
I have no
who's
more
raised their
students. You
hand.
said that an instructor decided?
Could you come up front, please? I'm sorry. We want to make sure we try to hear everybody, but we do have to be mindful of our time. And what is your name?
Ashley Bright.
Bright?
Yes.
Okay. And your mother spoke just a moment ago?
Yes.
Okay.
I just wanted to make something clear that they did not tell me that they could not find the check. I think my mom just got kind of confused because I texted Iveta prior, my instructor, to meeting with them, asking her like if I could get the check back because my parents were wanting it back, and she said she did not know where it was and she had to talk to Miss June. And then when I met with her, she said that Miss June said that she could not give it back because that's what her lawyer told her, is that they were not supposed to be giving anyone money back because they don't really know like who owes money, like who has what. And I just didn't want it to look bad on Lyle's part, like that they were withholding money. As to the check being cashed, I have no idea like anything about that, but they were not purposely like trying to withhold money and like steal money from people.
Thank you very much for clarifying. Do we have any other questions for her? Okay, thank you. Can we hear from our instructor, please?
Can I ask you a question real
Yes,
quick?
ma'am. Absolutely.
You said there were 176 students, is that correct?
The next thing the board will look at is the new school application. I asked for all pending contracts because I assumed that that'd be something the board would want to know, how many open contracts are at the school, and it's 172. I physically counted them all, and the hours are only 126. That means that when I posted every single hour between November and March, it totals 126 bodies with hours in those months. So somewhere in between, there's 46 others that haven't, possibly haven't gone during all those months, obviously. Could be out of the country, could be out of town, whatever, that eventually could contact for withdrawal documents or to be reviewed.
Is there a breakdown of the number of students that were enrolled in cosmetology versus?
That's a really good question. On the spreadsheet, when we went on March the 4th, all the documents we were able to find, which was not easy to find. They're not kept in a specific place. I think they're actually separated based on those that are part-time and taking a lot longer, were moved to a different room, so I was missing all of those. But of the files that we found, the staff that went made copies, and yes, I started recording which discipline they were in. They teach cosmetology or manicuring, and so we would be able to break those down if we needed them, yes. I've hidden many of the columns that you see so that the spreadsheet could print for you. We've got addresses. What we did is mail the letters, but then as students called me, I asked for their email, because that wasn't something on the contracts, so that I could get the affidavits to them quicker. So I've emailed and corresponded with about 21 to 28 students and gotten these done. So those were the first batch of affidavits that we got, because I really wanted to have something to present to you to say right now, this is how many. The vast majority did turn in those affidavits late Wednesday and Thursday. And so that's where I'm getting the 46 in hand right now. Okay. Thank you.
Can you give us your name, please?
Yes, it's Ivetta Cyrus.
Ms. Cyrus, thank you for being here today. We'd like to give you an opportunity to address us and say what you have on your mind, and I'm sure the members have questions for you.
Actually, I'm from Kentucky. I've just recently came here last fall. Sorry.
Thank you, Ms.
I thought I'd had that on.
There you go.
So I've only been teaching there since the 1st of December. So apparently, the other instructor that was there before, I think she's in attendance also today.
When you went to, when you started work there, did you have any idea that the school was revoked license?
No, absolutely not. And like the girls, actually after, when they came in and reviewed the file.
You're very soft-spoken.
I'm sorry.
You're fine. There you go.
Okay. But when they came in and reviewed the files, and she actually had the copy of the contract that June had signed, that's the first notice that anyone knew that she had signed for a revoked license. What she was signing to pay the fine. Signing the contract to revoke her license. Otherwise, she would have closed her school and would have never received money.
Were there inspections done? Then were the grades posted from the inspectors that came by to inspect the school?
Yes, and they had been there that summer, late that summer.
As any other school, they've gone when they needed to go. It just wasn't
Yeah.
during the period of
When they were
September,
revoked, yeah, okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
there was the latest postings and everything, and all the paperwork, the license were displayed properly, so there was no indication.
They had day and evening classes there, correct? Okay, which shift did you work?
I was there, day shift, 8:30 to 5, sometimes on night shift.
What was your average class size?
One night a week. I usually teach the cosmetology department. The instructor for the nails is here. When she's not there, I kind of help with that. But usually we have, during theory, we have theory 3 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm sorry, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We're not in on Monday, from 8:30 to 11. And usually somewhere between cosmetologists show up for that.
Did you ever notice students who had been out for long periods of time and then suddenly reappear?
Not usually, unless, like Roxanne had spoken earlier about some, because we do have a lot of the Asian students, sometimes a little bit, and where I haven't been there just since December, that's kind of, all I know is what I've seen since I've been there. So I'm sure that there has been some that's come back in that wasn't there for a while. But usually, like the majority of the ones that have submitted hours, I have personally seen them myself. They have been in attendance, and I have spoken with probably 75 to 80 students since this directly, and have helped them to overview their paperwork and met with them several times, even with the nail students, so they understood what to submit, what they need to do, and
Can you tell us how attendance was tracked and kept up with?
yes, through the time clock.
Okay.
Each student came in, actually, they used their social security number, the last 4 numbers of their social, and then we would add 1 or 2, if there was not a matching number, and they clocked in every morning, or at whatever time they came in, and clocked out when they left.
Oh, if we went and tried to locate those, you would assume
Oh, yes,
there'd be some
I'm
record of
sure,
that somewhere?
yeah.
Okay.
And like I said, and I've even submitted some for PSI myself. I've put in their information. And, I was telling Roxanne that the ones that I have submitted, I have seen them there every day. I haven't submitted anyone at all for testing that I've never seen before. So they are current enrolled students. And there is a lot. I think the enrolled amount that we have is a little bit more than what is in attendance, but that's because the program is long. And some have been out for a while, they come back in, or if they've been in their country, back. So I think that has a lot to do with why the numbers seem a little bit off.
What's the most number of licensed instructors have you seen there yourself at one time?
If they have there should be 1 instructor per 20 students. So if they've got 140-something students,
Some are part-time students. We have just a good handful of full-time students, even in the nail program. We have some that are able to come every day, and then there's some that may do 10. Usually, the amount of students that we have more than enough instruction, for that group.
what would y'all do if they all showed up one day? If you had 6
Calling everybody we have as an instructor. No.
But we're just really talking about the hours right now. That's all I really need to discuss. Okay.
Does anyone else have any questions for her?
When did the owner realize, supposedly, that she had signed
Okay,
for
when they
revocation?
came in for the audit, I was actually there. The owner wasn't there. She wasn't feeling well that day. So she wasn't at the building. So when she came in, and when I told her, that what was going on, all the paperwork, and actually her granddaughter called the board, and they
March 3rd after our meeting?
Yes. The 4th. This is after the audit. So, I mean, they came in to do the audit, and we were still totally unaware. No one knew. So, you know, we cooperated in every way that we knew and gave them all the files that we had. And, I mean, to me, why would we do that if we knew we weren't operating properly?
Those are the only ones that have suffered, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we've answered all the questions we had for you. Ms. Roxana, did you have any questions for our council?
No, I did speak to Ms. Wavetta. She was very kind. We spoke. The only instructor I did not speak is Ms. Robbie Chapman, who was or is the instructor for the manicures. And I think I would have questions for her if she is available and able to answer some questions that the board might have as well.
Ms. Roxana, Ms. Chapman, are you in the audience? Okay. If you don't mind, would you make your way up front? We'd like to ask you a few questions, and if it's okay, let's take about a 10-minute break for restrooms, things like that, okay? We'll come back in about 10 minutes. If you just take your time, make your way up, okay?
Good.
Crafted something that I think Patty and I have been pushing back and forth.
I got your sleeve. Hey, I can't remember what we did on this video last.
The board will be back in session at this time.
Getting there.
I think we have is it Miss Robbie Chapman?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Ms. Chapman, do you have anything that you can add to our proceedings this morning?
June live, and I know she's as honest as the days are long. 50-something years, and I know good and well she did.
Could you raise her microphone up just a little bit? There you go. Down just a bit, I think it would pick her up better. There you go. Thank you. Now, you taught predominantly the nail portion, or did you teach everything in the school as well?
Everything.
Okay. Have you been with her for a long time?
50-something years.
This is the school owner you're referring to? June? Is she, does she have a language barrier? Does she speak English?
Who, Miss June?
Uh-huh.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Is she here today, Miss June?
Oh. Here.
Okay. Oh.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Chapman? Ms. Roxanne?
I had a
think you
question because I
something.
didn't have, the privilege to speak to her before. Given one of the comments that I had from students early on, at least two, was that for the nail program, most of what you were able to do was really help with English as opposed to teach manicuring. My question is, did you cover the 600 manicuring courses as you would in any other school that includes teaching everything from beginning to end so that they are learning the discipline, not just the language barrier? 'Cause there's ways around the language barrier. There's flashcards, there's books, there's translated things you can purchase. So my concern from the board's perspective is when a school is teaching a discipline, that's what you need to be teaching and testing all the way through. Was that what was happening in your class?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I did hear that it was more glorified teaching English, and that concerns me. That concerns me because we're here to teach manicuring or cosmetology. The other question that I have is with submitting students to PSI, did you submit all your manicuring students to PSI?
No, did them for me.
Okay. When you give a list to someone else to submit them for you, how does that instructor, because that's the program where most of the part-time hours are coming in, some of the hours are taking more time to complete. How did they know that they finished the exams that were needed, all that?
Well, see, I keep.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Can you
Yes,
press
sir.
that speak button for her, please?
Fine.
I keep a list of every exam they take. I've got them on.
Okay, so you would hand that to whoever was gonna input the students?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
Anything else? Ms. Chapman, I thank you for being here. I appreciate you be willing to come forward and talk to us a little bit. That's all we're going to have for you at this time. Okay?
Thank you so much, Ms.
Thank you,
Chapman.
ma'am.
So unless the board has anyone else that they want to open the floor to, I think we need to address the hours piece so we can move on
I have a
with the
question for our
application.
council.
Yes.
Since these hours seemingly occurred in a school that was not a valid school at all, is it within the board's authority to craft something here?
So, I've had more than one meeting with my supervisors discussing this, and we came, and in considering all the factors here, that all the instructors were licensed instructors, and also in our statute, it says that the hours have to come from a school of cosmetology. The board sort of decides who a school of cosmetology is. It doesn't specify they have to be licensed. We specify they do. So I think on this one-time basis, considering that we're not really creating any harm to anyone by doing this, which is also another factor, and it is sort of this very narrow exception, but I think this would be, if ever there was a time to use this very narrow exception, this would be it. And all of the attorneys who are ahead of me, supervise me in this department, feel that this is an appropriate action for the board to take.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that if the students submit the affidavit and the hours match what the school has submitted to the board office, then I move that the hours be approved.
Second that.
Is there any other discussion?
Should we include that this is a one-time basis, not to set a precedence on, and that maybe on, when the affidavit is provided, that it is audited by your department and approved by case by your department based on that audit, that they are hours of enrollment hours, beyond enrollment hours, and also clocked in?
The audit, at least so far with the 46, what I've done is I've taken what they've said, compared it to the hours submitted through March 4th by Lyle's school, and they are, 80% of them are identical.
Cool.
They're right on. Those that are a couple hours off, I'd be inclined to go with Lyle's hours and not worry if there's just 2 hours, and I have probably 3 or 4 that fall in that. I only have maybe 4 students that have a large discrepancy. And so my recommendation with those is that a letter needs to go to the student. If the student has that screenshot that a couple have mentioned that they've taken pictures, several of them have them because they've been sending them to me. But it could be that it was their best guess and that they really are off. I'd be inclined again to go with the hours that Lyle
Well, in
submitted.
consideration of the resources used from your office, unbelievable amount of time on this, would you, could we put in like a date, like July 30th, all those affidavits have to be in for this board to approve? The end of July, would that be enough time? And we could consider this matter closed after July 30th? And also, I think the board needs to remain firm on that 7-year limit.
Oh, definitely. That's not, yeah.
We're not going beyond
That's
that,
not
yeah.
going to be accepted.
I think what we're trying to craft here maybe is that we want to put a sunset on this so that we don't have people waiting 2 years or 3 years down the road and suddenly you're still getting affidavits. If we can craft something that says at least they must submit their affidavit for intent here by a particular date, whatever date would actually benefit your office. We realize legislative schedules and things like that for you may create more work.
And also, can we add in there, like the ones that have got the 1,500 hours be released to test?
Yes, and the board office is
Right.
going to do that because that code is blocked now with PSI. When a
Okay.
school doesn't renew or whatever, that automatically happens. So the board office is going to release those. Those 2 students are going to be able to be released tonight, probably.
When their hours are approved, I mean, they can go forward.
Right, right. So those two can definitely move forward based on the motion we just took. The affidavits, I highly encouraged everyone to get them to me by last Monday. And again, the push was Wednesday and Thursday, but that's perfectly fine. I think the students' word of mouth is gonna get out that we need those immediately. So we know we're missing
Exactly.
another, between 46 to the 126 we had. Those remaining students will probably start turning them in quickly. I like the idea of a date. The issue we may run into is of this 40 or so missing from the pending contracts to what we have, if they're out of the country or out of town and have moved, we've gotten only 3 letters returned in the mail. We may have those exceptions lingering for a while, but I think a date, whatever the board advises, will be perfectly good. That way they'll be rushed to get them in.
Is July good for you?
Yeah,
End of
yeah.
July?
Yeah.
So we have a motion to approve.
Approve the hours, once they submit their affidavit and, the hours, the board office checks to make sure that the hours match what they put on the affidavit.
And that there's,
Deadline of July
Deadline
30th.
July 30th.
July 30th to submit it.
we have a second by Ms. Tiftiller. Ladies and gentlemen, is there any other discussion on this? Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The motion carries. Students, for each of you, what that means.
Go ahead, go ahead. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. What that means for you is that as you submit your paperwork correctly to the board office, as it becomes processed, your hours will be approved according to how the office is able to balance what has been submitted against what records we can come up with to create a good basis for that. It also means that if you wish to transfer to other schools or anything like that, that your hours would be approved for those transfers. Any of your fellow students who are not here, who are caught up in this matter, it would be wise of them to process their paperwork immediately. Begin this process, do not wait, because there will be a sunset on this, and the opportunity to move forward will close. Okay?
If I could interject real quick before we leave. So what the board office is gonna do is send out letters or emails to those that I've gotten emails letting them know the hours are accepted. Unfortunately, only 3 students have asked for a withdrawal document. What I think at this time we need to say, and hopefully the board's okay with me doing this, is with a letter, I would like to send the withdrawal document. If not, those students
Absolutely.
have nothing.
Absolutely.
Now, if the school, and you're gonna review this next, what happens to the school, that's the next piece. But regardless, I really feel students need the option of what they do next. And without that document, they don't have anything. I think when they all said no, it concerned me from one aspect, but the reality is they might not have understood what not getting it meant, which meant they had nothing. So we will be
Oh.
doing that withdrawal document with the letter.
What is our next item of business, Ms. Roxanne?
Our next item is the new school application. If the board is good, breaking for lunch, we can, or we can keep going. I'll leave that totally up to the board. Keep going?
Keep going.
Ms. Roxanna, thank you for your staff, because I know whenever we work through lunch, you work through lunch also, and we apologize.
Yeah, we'll keep eating. And there are granola bars somewhere out there. Okay. On your iPads, we are on page 51. This is a new school application. Ms. Amber Malone is here before the board. Ms. June Lyles is the previous owner, but this particular application is completed by Amber Malone. You will see it on page 51. The board office has received the application, the floor plan, the bond, and a total of 172 pending contracts. And normally 20 is the requirement. However, because the school we knew had pending open contracts, I felt it was important to kind of know what that number is, and so that the board can evaluate what to do next. As I mentioned earlier, the Commerce and Insurance did have a meeting with Ms. June Lyles, her granddaughter Amber, Dan Lyles, to discuss the situation, to see how to best assist the students, to be very honest with all the students from the beginning to help them make a decision. And so I know that she'll be able to answer any questions you have. If you have other questions we haven't already addressed as far as legal counsel myself, feel free. But I'll ask Ms. Malone if that's okay with you to come up so you can answer some questions. Thank you, Amber. And I think they'll hear you without a problem.
Ms. Malone, thank you for coming and being here today.
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Have two letters that Ms. Malone presented also for your review. We can give you a few minutes to go through everything there, and the floor plan is on page 58.
Roxana, this is the $5,000 surety bond?
That is correct. It is a different surety bond than what the school had before, and I think it's a different carrier as well, correct? I kind of looked at the August.
Yes, that carrier originally was from 1961 and is no longer around. It's been passed to different companies.
And on page 51, and we do this with all new school applications, I used the contract that they've got on one of these 172 students for you to have. To the best of my knowledge, Ms. Malone hasn't revised the contract to look any different, so that's the one you're looking at.
I do have a question. Everything's, looks in order and
Yes, ma'am.
pretty good here. I'm a little concerned about the 170 student issue. They wouldn't all fit in here, and there aren't enough instructors. I'm just wondering how you plan on kind of dealing with that.
I would deal with that with more of a structured curriculum and not, putting in 7 hours 1 month and then coming back 2 years later. There would be more structure. And at one time, there has always, to my knowledge, I have not worked in the school in years, but there have never been more students per, 1 to 20
Right.
ratio. But that would be corrected in terms of a more structured curriculum and a schedule to know who was going to be at the school and when.
Are you a
to
licensed
make sure.
instructor?
I am.
Taught at the school before?
In the early 2000s. I'm also a nurse, so I worked as a nurse at that time as well.
Have you been working there, I think it says you've worked there part-time?
As needed, if someone was going to be out, but I maintain a full-time job, so that's few and far between. It would be on a Saturday.
With a granddaughter, right?
Correct.
The monthly hourly reports does have Ms. Malone on every single month.
Everything.
Right.
When we met the different attorneys at the meeting, including myself, deputy commissioner, the assistant commissioner, made a recommendation that I want the board to be aware of, that we felt that given some of the history, the flexibility with hours sounds wonderful, but to piggyback on Ms. Barger's concern with 172 pending contracts, you can't, on 2 full-time instructors, possibly house that. We recommended a plan of some sort, and I don't see a plan. We did also recommend that the school change completely as far as who owned it. Because of this situation, because of a student in the past going over the 7 years and being allowed to come back, various reasons, I don't see the changes in front of me to recommend to you to approve this.
I'd like to speak to that. When those things occurred, I was not an owner or a manager of this school, so I don't think I need to be affiliated with something that I had no control over. And I'm here to tell you that under my ownership and management, that I am structured, I am detail-oriented, work-oriented, I want to serve the students, and I want to serve the Board of Cosmetology. This school was built by my grandfather with his own hands in the early 1960s. It's the oldest school in Nashville, arguably has trained more cosmetologists, nail technicians than any other school. This is a family business. Unfortunately, my grandmother is aging and in her mid-80s, has some early dementia. This should have been done years ago. I should have wanted to gain ownership years ago. I can tell you that what has happened in the past, I have no control over, but I can tell you that the future would be very different.
And like, she don't have the plan that she needs.
And I didn't realize that I needed something
We did
typed
recommend
out.
that a plan, well, let's go through the plan then. How do we staff a school that has 172 pending contracts?
Well, first, I'm going to have to call every one of those students because they date back to 2008 and look in the records to see what hours they have put in, to see if they're even, they're not an active student.
I have a question. Is there, I mean, when you have a cosmetology school, can you, like, expel students? I mean,
Policy and procedure plan
Yeah.
for absentees.
just curious.
She can also have students that are still on record that's never had a withdrawal form or a drop form done on them, so they're still showing on record, but they may not have been seen in 10 years.
Exactly.
It may be out of the country.
Exactly.
So
They never had a
that would
proper
have
withdrawal.
to-
That needs to be addressed.
You look at how many she has enrolled versus how many are actually truly attending, you're going to have a big difference.
What kind of timeline, as far as hours that you're going to spend on restructuring this idea and getting your new plan in effect? I mean, I don't see where in a business plan that you could actually do that within like a week or two. I think this is going to take a little time.
I agree. I think it is going to take time. I think it's going to take a lot of time to go through these files and to see, does this person need a withdrawal form? If so, that needs to be done, and they need to be accounted for to see who are active students and who are not. I'm willing to put in all of my time and effort. I've put in a notice to my job that is contingent upon this board meeting outcome to quit my full-time job so I can devote 100% of my time to this, and I'm devoted to it.
Glad, I love to hear that, and unfortunately, we just have board meetings once a month, but we would love to see, maybe after some of that, I don't know, just a plan is done or some of the legwork is done to make it a little more manageable, because we just have to look at it as it is now.
Right.
And that can't work.
That's true. I agree with Kelly. It's a mess right now. It's a mess. And I don't feel comfortable just passing it on to somebody else and calling you a new owner. I mean, I think the school violated the law by operating without a license. I think there should be consequences for that. I think that school should be closed. And I think if there's a new plan in place and somebody wants to come in and open up a school, call it the same name, I guess, or whatever, but show us, because your language in your letter is a little vague like you say, there are going to be many more positive changes. Well, obviously, that does need to happen, but we need to see a plan in place. We need you to, before we open a school, we need to see which are students and which are not students, which are actually, there's a mess going on in there, and we can't approve a mess, I don't feel like.
No.
From a more technical point of view, you indicated you're going to teach the pivot point curriculum. I
Yes.
don't believe pivot point curriculum is approved by the board.
Yes,
Is
it
it?
is.
SAM
it?
covers
Okay.
both,
Okay,
yes,
so
yes, they're
it
fine.
Yes,
does.
that and my lady.
We need to see basically a curriculum outline. We need to see more about what each individual program is, how you're going to structure it. If you're talking about structure, we need to see what your plans for that actually are. You've got a lot of students that will have to be dealt with if all of those decide to stay with that program. Truthfully, you don't even know right now how many of those students would be legitimate first-time new students versus transfer students and those type things. So I don't see nearly enough information here today.
And legally,
There is-
what does the legal counsel, what's y'all's recommendation for the school?
So far as the school?
Yeah, legally, would it be, what steps would she have to take to bring this school up to where it needs to be? Or should she?
I mean, all the application standards have to be in place as far as before consideration by the board, and, I mean, Ms. Gamusia would be the person to tell you what standards are there. So that has to do with the application portion of that. As far as a legal recommendation, whether approving or denying the school, is that what the
That's what I'm
question
trying
is?
to-
The way that I read the application out, it appears to be the same entity that was licensed prior to, with the same type managers, persons that were there before. And I'm not inclined to give a recommendation to approve a school, given the history that we've had with it thus far.
I've never been the manager of the school.
Okay.
I'd like to say, some of the things he mentioned that we would need to see are things that when people apply for a school, they bring that, So not just,
A full representation of what your course and your program would be for each course that you're going to teach, inclusive of any details that you have. If there's enough detail there, then the board could look at it and possibly approve. If there's not enough detail, it will have to be sent back. But there's a criteria that's listed for applying for a new school.
And up until, was it last week, I was applying for new ownership and was told that it was actually a new school application, so I had to change gears and add on some things in a short amount of time too. So that kind of altered a few things. My focus turned more to the surety bond, which is very hard to come by nowadays. So that did take a lot of my time trying to hunt that down. So
A change of
Things too.
ownership, as you know, or a new school application requires the same bond. It requires exactly the same things.
But the floor plan and things, it does not.
But again, the plan,
I had to do that too.
that was hard.
Now, I would go back and I would look at it, and because of the difficulties that you've had, let's go back and let's wean out who is a student, who is not a student. Do your withdrawal forms.
Okay.
Do your new application. Show us the curriculum. Show us how you're going to keep up with the times. Show us how many instructors you're going to have. Come in and show us a plan of running this school the way that the board would want it to be run. That's the way that it has to be run for the students. Come in and show us a plan. Show us everything.
Lay down. Now, I do have a question about the withdrawal. Could I do that? Because the school is not licensed. I mean, is that technically, I couldn't do that, could I?
Since you don't have a license, I think every student would have to get a withdrawal form from
Well,
the
again,
previous owner, right?
Is that
what
how
the
it would
board
take
has
place?
just voted a minute ago was
Yeah.
for the board office to send the
Send,
withdrawals
yeah.
based on the affidavits that the students are completing, and
Okay.
they've got to match your
So-
hours, so that's
Right.
how they will get the withdrawals.
Okay.
And I'm
Only
saying
those
if
with
she's
affidavits.
got this 176 students that have apparently at one point in time enrolled in school, and you can only show so many of them, then these that are out here we need to know something about them. We need to
Absolutely.
know, if you find out that they're not a part of the school.
Right.
Then if nothing else, let's do a written affidavit to Roxanne saying this student is not a student.
That
Because
answers my
if you're
question.
you're not,
Right.
the school, you can't do a withdrawal form. You can't.
Exactly.
You can't honor their
Mhm.
hours.
Right.
So, but you're gonna have to show something, to clean your records up.
Right. Okay.
What about the money that the students have paid in? It's
That would
totally
not
up
have
to
an
them?
effect with her.
With her, okay. The students have just lost what they've paid then.
Are we talking about the students that are asking to
school.
transfer? Or
This is
withdraw?
just new
New
school.
school, okay.
New school.
Yeah. A concern that I have that I'd like the board to kind of address is several of the students that had called repeatedly was because they'd called the school and their voicemail stated that they were opening soon, that they were remodeling or reconstruction or something along the lines. I would like to make sure that the voicemail states what's happening so that students aren't confused and call us because, there's just no need. If the students know this is not a licensed school, they can obviously say we're reapplying or we're changing ownership or we've got a new license application, but it's confusing if the student thinks they're reopening at the board meeting because no one can testify or guarantee that they're reopening after the board meeting.
At this point, it should probably just say the school's closed.
Yes.
That is correct.
Right.
That would be.
It was left on the voicemail not for students. Someone has been available at the school to talk to students every day. It was more left for clients because you couldn't go into a lengthy spiel about what's going on. But the students have been contacted and they've been in constant contact with the instructors and the former owner too. So they're well aware.
Before we wrap this portion of this up, it may be a little bit out of place, but I would like to say one more thing. So far today, we've only heard from the folks who've shown up who wanted to speak on the positive side of the school. We've not yet heard any of the complaints or negative things from that particular school. We've dealt with their hours and all that's over and done. But let's not forget that there's probably some folks that would have some other things to say. Do we have a motion regarding this new school application?
I have a question first,
Okay.
please. You had mentioned that your grandfather built the school,
Yes, sir.
and now you're obviously the granddaughter.
Yes, sir.
Are you related to the person, did your grandfather own the school or just build it?
He was the owner. He passed in 2007. My grandmother has been the owner. They were co-owners.
Or the granddaughter now that's going to reopen the school?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just didn't understand the
Yes, sir.
relationship.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
We have a motion? Oh, we have a question in the audience. Yes, ma'am. Please. Hold on. You're going to need to have a seat. Give us your name, sign in.
Where's the card?
What is your name, please?
My name is Miriam Elizabeth Stoll. I was a licensed instructor for Lyle's School. And as you guys are, she's applying for a new school application, and you're talking about her curriculum is in place. And if you look at the history of our students, they are good, they are strong students, they can do hair, they can do nails, they have the capacity and the ability to understand the mechanisms involved in doing so. And the curriculum is there. Is the business side of it following suit? Not exactly, but the school could still be open and could still run based on the things it has. Yes, is Ms. Malone going to have to go in and restructure the business side? Absolutely. The educational side is not in question. Those students know what they're doing. They are some of the most qualified people to have graduated from hair schools in the Middle Tennessee area. And I feel like as I listen to you guys, you're bringing up prior ownership, and this is a new school new owner, and she is 100% capable. She runs a business now, she is a charge nurse. She has managerial skills. She has the things that are lacking. She has instructors in place who are licensed by the State Board of Tennessee, or the Cosmetology Board, who are effective, who do a good job. I don't work there anymore. I have my own business now. But I've been in there. I try to go in at least once a month and teach the night program. The curriculum and the students are doing fine. Yes, she'll have to clean it up, but I feel like the school could be granted now. They could still be open. They could still do what they're there to do. They could still serve these students. I've had students lose their job opportunities because the school is shut down. They have jobs set up. These are unique men and women who go there. They are capable. They are smart. They work hard. They need to start school as soon as possible. There is no, I understand the business aspect. She can get it. She can do it. That's what she does for a living. She manages people and she manages problems. And I don't think it's fair to hold everything against her that she had nothing to do with. Amber was support staff. When we needed her, she came. She said she hadn't worked there in years. That's not true. Amber came in anytime we needed her. You mentioned that there's 172 or 176 students. Sure there are. Do they show up? No. Is that a problem? Yes. But it should not be a problem that affects the students that are coming and going. You shouldn't not have a school open simply because some people are goobers and they don't want to come. Amber can take care of that. She can do it. I've seen her. She's an amazing teacher. She's an amazing manager. And if she's not there, she will be there all the time. She said she put in her notice at her job. She's ready to give it everything she needs. I think she can do it. I've been in that school. It's not as crazy as you guys make it sound. June ran her books. She understood how she ran her books. June is an open resource. We can still ask her for the information we need. She is able still to give us what we need. And so Amber's going to be able to go in, and she can actually have that school running a lot sooner. I see no reason not to grant application. I understand you said you need your curriculum or whatnot. They have it. It's there.
I'll respond to you. Whenever anyone comes before us requesting a new school application, they all have to bring the same thing. And that's what we have before us is a new school application. And that's why I said, unfortunately, we only meet once a month. We can't wait for her to bring everything we need to legally grant
As a board,
the
it seems like you guys tend to hold things again from the prior ownership. Why not use that one that they already had submitted?
Because we have
It's
a
the
new
same
school
curriculum.
application. It says new school.
I understand. I just wanted to say my piece. And I wanted to say maybe as a board, it might be kind of you and not necessarily just be nice to the new people. Just as I was sitting here in the back, and again, I'm not affiliated with the school anymore. I'm affiliated with the students I love, and I might hire them with my own company. But it seems to me that you, as a board, are holding things against someone that she had absolutely nothing to do with. And I don't think that's appropriate.
Could I speak? Sure. About to bust. I appreciate your passion, and I don't dispute anything you say, except we have our reasons. Your angle coming from the angle of Lyle School, it's the last hope to try to keep this school open. What can we do? Oh, we can have a new ownership, and it's going to be a relative. People do this all the time. This school is a mess. The filing system is a mess. We don't know who the students are. We don't know who the current students are. There's all kind of sanitation issues that have gone on in the past, and so I have a problem with anybody that's been affiliated with this school. So I don't feel comfortable in just passing the wand to a new ownership. I mean, you have a pig, you spray perfume on it, it's still a pig. So, not calling anybody a pig, that's an analogy.
Yeah, that's not a good analogy. That's not appropriate.
But, it's the same mess. It's the same mess that we're gonna have. We're asking you to bring us what we need for a new school.
Sure.
And so that's why we're on hold. And I even think that if you do bring in everything we need to open the new school, I even feel like we may have a stipulation of a probationary period for this school.
I
as far
agree.
as sanitation,
Sure.
as far as students' files. I mean, I don't know if we've ever done that in the past, but I almost feel like we should have some sort of probationary
I would
period.
be very open to that. I would be open to more visits by the board. Sure.
And I would like to also add that we are not denying you to open the school. We are just asking for the proper protocol of opening a new school.
Sure.
We are treating you as a new school.
Yes.
And we're not denying that opportunity at all.
Some of the things that we've asked for will actually help you be successful with all that in place before you take over.
And you can ask school owners now that have applied for new school applications. They don't always go through the first time around. They, we tell them what we need. They go back, they get it, and it's awesome. It is granted. Okay. So it's nothing personal against you as a new owner.
I think you've got
Nothing.
great qualifications to be a manager or owner of a school. I just think this school that you're about to inherit is a mess, and you need to take care of that before you bring it back to us.
And we're looking out for the students, it's all about the
I am too.
students.
And yourself.
Yes. Yes. And I think it says a lot about the school, and there have only been 3 students wanting to withdraw. And they're all wanting to wait this out to see and hoping that the school will reopen. They don't want to go anywhere else.
We really want everybody to be successful. Our greatest hope is that we're all successful.
Yes.
But that's why there's rules, there's regulations.
Sure.
And you're not being discriminated against on any level at all.
Well, thank you
We're
for
just,
clarifying
We're
that.
just asking you, like everyone, we sit here and we listen to new school applications at every meeting. And not everybody, as was stated, gets theirs the
Right.
first time. But, as a business owner too, sometimes you have to go in and just reinvent that business from the ground up. And I think you have a tremendous challenge. You should be commended to want to step into a family business and do this. And I think your qualifications are well in line with having great success at your school. So I think the advice that bringing a plan to us, a business plan, nothing different than we've asked from anybody else, is really going to help you so much so that you're not really adopting things that are practices and protocols, principles that just didn't work the first time for that particular business model. So, I wish you a lot of luck. We just really need to see it as a board.
I think we have a motion.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'd have to make the motion to deny it this time.
And I second that emotion.
We have a motion and a second to deny at this time. If you'd like to represent, you probably could if this passes. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. I do have one question. So just to clarify, at the next board meeting, you'd like to see more of a...
One moment.
Okay.
Those opposed say no. Motion carries. Now you can ask your question, ma'am.
I just want to clarify. At the next meeting, a business plan, more of a curriculum that is more laid out and talking about inactive versus active students, the plan with that. Is there anything else that you would like to see?
I think in your contracts, there's probably work that can be done with regards to the time frame of enrollment. Certainly, I can't really advise you on all those things.
Well,
That's
just
a business
stating that by
decision.
law, you have 7 years to complete, but then going into if they're part-time versus full-time, what their plan is going to be and their estimated date of graduation.
You should have, as part of your plan, I believe, you have to present what your class schedule hours, hours of operation are each day. So what hours are you teaching each program? What hours are you not teaching those programs? How many people can be in each one of those?
Roxanne, do you not have a criteria or list?
The statute actually says what Ron has said. That's the minimum, where you're listing your hours, you're listing your
hours.
dates.
It's
What
on
we
TN.gov.
recommended in March for
on the
the
website.
Lyles family was to present a plan because
Right.
you have 172 pending contracts and no time frame, nothing to finish. Present how you're going to go through this.
Right.
No, we don't. Each school has to do their business plan. We can't dictate how you're going to run a business. So it
Right.
is up to. And the business being flexible is great,
But
but
that's
it
what I
can
was
get
meaning,
completely out of
when
control.
they're, like how many, just something that was from scratch, you have to have this, you have to have this, and you know, that she would be able to go by to say, I have
It's
to
in
have
the
so many
laws, isn't
square
it?
foot.
The laws
Isn't
are
that in the
where you
law book?
start.
It's in the
There are
laws.
consumer
So,
laws that apply.
The laws are all there.
Yeah.
They're on the,
kind of-
on the website.
Yes.
And just go on there and then do a business plan for these X amount of students that you have. And then come back and see us. Go through her.
You know,
so can
just
hear us.
just a little tip. I didn't know a whole lot about schools and how to run schools before I got on this board. So I went on the web and I just started looking at schools. There's a whole bunch of that kind of information just out there. Just, you can just look at what you know. Honestly, it's not. It seems like it's marketing to the students, but it follows the letter of the law, and it's all available for consumers. So you know that would help. Maybe that would help you.
I have a question, and this is, what can we do as a board to set some more standards for the schools to make sure that this does not happen again for the students?
By standards, do you mean that the
Like-
schools?
Relations or?
Well, for example, the monthly hourly reports are
Right.
supposed to list every student enrolled. This school does not list every student enrolled. It lists every student that attended that month. We have 0.1 hours reflected on a student. I think that's 5 or 6 minutes. So if you can attend 5 or 6 minutes and have it count in a month, all the way to over 120 hours, every student that's active should be on the monthly reports. That's a requirement. It's not on these. So I think just meeting what the rules and laws tell us to do as a school is your first obligation. And that's one of Amber's first goals is going to have to be to look at the rules and laws and start meeting them. Because if their monthly hourly reports listed all those students, we would have seen several from 2003. There would have been a lot of concerns. It just lists those that have clocked in during that month, for starters.
Roxana, are we ready for the next item?
We are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck, thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you. Would you like to make an announcement to the students as far as what we've accepted for the hours and then the school not being approved until, I just want to make sure that there's no confusion in case they're ready?
The question was, for you students out here, what has been accepted? Whenever you submit your affidavit to the director's office, the director and her staff are going to review the information on your affidavit, and they're going to balance that versus the records that we can obtain that already exist. And the outcome of that will be the number of hours, if appropriate, that the state board is going to recognize that you actually have accrued. From that point forward, what you do with those hours, you will receive a record of withdrawal or completion. You'll receive an official form from the state that will tell you the condition of your hours. From that point forward, it is strictly up to you where you want to attend. If you want to go to a different school, you take that paper to a different school and you begin the enrollment process. If you feel like you want to wait out the process with this individual school, that is your prerogative as well, but there are no guarantees. It is strictly a consumer decision, okay? So it's really important that you understand that, and there is a sunset on this. If you do not get your affidavit completed and sent into the state board by July the 30th, then they will no longer be considered. And if you apply on July 31st and send that in, and it's postmarked July 31st, the board will deny any hours that you have submitted, as though you never attended. Okay? I should say any hours that are caught up within this window of time when this license has been revoked.
You really need to let their friends know about it.
We have a question briefly. I can't hear you, dear. Can you come up front? I'm sorry, I shouldn't say dear. What is your name, ma'am?
My name is Quinn.
Okay.
I just have a quick question about the tuition money that we have paid. Now the problem is we don't know when the school is going to be open, so.
Ma'am, I would love to be able to give you some information, but I'm afraid that that would be a civil matter between you and the school. So if you can speak with the school and want to work something out, or if you have to take other actions, that is strictly for you to decide. That's not in the board's purview.
So, now that we have turned in our paperwork, even we chose the options, there were 3 options, and we chose to wait. Does that mean that since the school is not going to be reopening anytime soon, does that mean that we automatically have a withdrawal form will be mailed to us?
Yes, you will automatically get a withdrawal form when you send that affidavit in. You'll automatically get one, and it will state on that form how many hours that the state board has approved for you. And that is an official document, and that can be presented to any other school.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, one more question, if we can. We have other things to come forward. All right, this will be the last one. Yes, ma'am. Can you give us your name, please?
I am Thiet Nguyen.
Okay.
I have the hour 579, but now I don't have the job. I don't have nothing. I need you dry paper. I need to work part time everywhere, you know, because I don't have money for rent everything. Because I have 579 hours now.
Ma'am, we truly understand. We truly understand. What the board can do for you is when you fill out your affidavit, then we can give you credentials for the hours that you have completed. And then what you do beyond that is going to be your choice.
I can work now, right?
No, you cannot work now. You have to complete, get all of your hours, sit for and pass both portions of the exam.
Thank you.
Can you sign in on that sheet, please? Okay. Next item, Ms. Roxana.
Yes, thank you. We're moving on with applications for examination. On your iPads, we are on page 61. Applications for examination for Joy Baker, David Crawley, Jessica Hammett, Matthew Hance, James Harrison, Mark McNary, Loretta Nell, James Patterson, Kenya Streeter, Michael Terrell, Arthur Weston, Kevin White, and April Williams. All the applicants have felonies. Their applications to take the Tennessee Board examination have been submitted to the board, and the required information has been submitted, which includes a student letter and a letter recommendation for your review. All applicants will receive upon your approval an agreed order for a 2 years probationary period. I'll give you some time to review the information.
Of them that have lifetime supervision, what does that mean?
Medication.
Some of them here have lifetime supervision. Does that mean they're not getting out of jail, or? I don't know.
Sometimes, Roxana's probably the better,
Okay, that's fine.
but, people that cut hair in jail do have to also be licensed by us, so.
Right.
Possibly, but as far as the specific people, she would have that information.
For me.
In that case, would he be, I guess he'd be doing hair in jail. He's-
I'm sorry, you had a question?
Yeah, what does the lifetime supervision means that, like out beside some of these, it's got lifetime supervision?
Depending on the probation conditions at a court, in some of these individuals, we've got, I think, 3 that are incarcerated. Remember that the folks that are, they can take the curriculum in several of the prisons. They, PSI goes to several of the prisons to allow them to have the exam, and then they need a license because they cut hair while in the prison. So those individuals may be, depending on the sex crime, for example, if it's a sex offense, they're going to be on supervision possibly forever. So it wouldn't be through us. It would be based
Okay.
on, yeah, it would be based on the charges.
Okay. So,
And these are the documents that we're still going to be seeing, approving a consent order, but it's going to lessen immensely because of the public, the law that's possibly going to pass, or the bill that's in session right now. We will have to limit these to just the last 3 years and the last year for those misdemeanors.
Well, and just to clarify
Roll
that,
it back.
as an employer, it's up to us to ask applicants about previous felonies, and that has, obviously, our ability to do that does not change.
Right, absolutely. You're absolutely right.
So, whether or not these people are employed would be determined by a business owner.
Members, out of the ones that I've looked at here, these all seem to be extremely serious offenses. I think, from my point of view, I think the normal 2-year supervision on the agreed order is not sufficient for these. Of course, as the body wishes, but I would like to see possibly that doubled.
And as you know from the Barber Board, we've done that before. Like I said, I think we've got 3 or 4 that are from the prisons. I think what happened
Yes.
is they had a large group test and pass, and so they're wanting to test these folks and scheduling the next round. And so if you'll give me the names, and we will vote on those that we've pointed out to get the 3 or 4 year agreed citation, whatever, agreed order, whatever the board decides, and then the rest could still get the 2 years.
I have a question. They're obviously going to be supervised if they're not released yet,
Correct.
okay?
I mean, they're still
And-
incarcerated.
Right,
Yeah.
so we're asking for 4 years at least after their release, right?
Yes.
Well, I'll let
Yeah, I
Laura
didn't
correct
think
me if I'm
so.
wrong. The agreed order starts the minute they get licensed. So
What I
no, it's
thought.
not upon release of prison, it's from licensure. So if they need a license to work inside the facility, because that's how they get accredited and meet all of our regulations. They can't violate a sister agency, if you will. So if they get licensed May 5th, they'll be on an agreed probationary period for 2 years, but some of these are serving 17 years.
Yeah, some of them are not up till the 26th.
So that means they're
35
long
years.
done, yeah.
And
They're
then-
they're about as regulated right now as they can be.
And then when they are released, then,
They've
I
got
mean, this is bad.
Or if they have a problem while they're still inside, that would violate this consent order, would it not?
Yes, now I don't know that the prison, if they had a problem that affects their barbering license, let's say, would the prison contact us so we would pull that license,
see.
it would be the prison letting us know of the incident, you know what I mean? Now, we did, historically, we did this with the Barber Board one time, where we had an individual that was only gonna be in, I think, a year and a half. It was sort of a sexual offense, and that we had concerns, so we changed the probationary period to 3 years, but we also requested that upon departure from the facility, as soon as they are released to the general public, we needed to know that they were released to the general public.
I can give you some page numbers for the ones that I've
Okay.
picked out. Page 74, page 78, page 90, page 98, and 106. For each of those, I would like to see that doubled and then a report made to us when they're released, if they are.
On page 74, we have Mr. Matthew Hance. Page 78 is James Harrison. Page 90 is Mr. James Patterson. '98 is Michael Terrell. And page 106 is Mr. Kevin White. Okay, and page 66 is David Crawley. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 applicants, correct? We're thinking 4 years? Or what?
Yes,
Or- Yes?
with notification.
Notification upon release from the institution? We're gonna, I think in a minute, approve 2 different motions. One will be to send out the standard agreed order for the 2 years probationary period, and a second round for 6 individuals for the 4-year probationary period, and a statement that Laura will proof that will say that they are required to notify the state board upon release from the institution that they are now practicing, whether it be barbering or cosmetology, for the general public. That sound
Correct.
correct?
Do we need a motion for that, Roxanne?
Yes, I'll need 2 separate motions, please.
I make a motion that we accept these, with the exception of the 6, we accept these as usual with a signed agreed order. But the 6 that we mentioned, with a signed agreed order for 4-year period and a statement that the board office is notified of release.
I'll second.
That makes sense.
By Ms. Tiff Teller. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
We are on to our international hours and applicants. On, next, we have an application on page 116. This is for hours in manicuring for Iris Garcia from Puerto Rico. Documentation from Institute of Beauty Career states that she completed 650 hours in 1997. The document states that they're, during a hurricane, lost their records, and so that's the reason for the letter simply not breaking down the hours. That's the only document that we have for the applicant, but she does not have a license in Puerto Rico, so she is simply asking for the hours to be accepted. My recommendation would be that we approve the applicant to take the examination.
A recommendation that the applicant test.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept the recommendation. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion carries.
Next, we have hours in cosmetology for Cameron Ocampo from England. Documentation from Vidal Sassoon Academy states that she completed 2,120 hours in December 2014, and they list the breakdown of the curriculum. My recommendation is that the applicant be allowed to take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion to accept.
A second.
We have a motion and a second to accept the recommendation. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Next, we have an application for hours in manicuring for Donnie Fan from Executive Beauty Academy in Virginia. Mr. Fan was approved to take the examination in 2010. He was caught at that time cheating during the theory exam with PSI. The board decided that he needed to wait 1 full year before he tested. This is the first time that Mr. Fan has contacted the board. He's requesting approval to take the opportunity to take the exam. My recommendation is that the applicant provide a transcript with his hours to show on the transcript that he meets the requirements and then be allowed to take the Tennessee examination.
Is he still within the 10-year or the 7-year rule?
Well, once they finish the hours, they can take forever to test. It's just that I believe the applicant either moved on maybe to another city or out of the country. They just now contacted us and said that they're now interested in testing. And he also did ask about the language. We let him know that he'd be able to test in Vietnamese.
I'll make a motion, we go with the recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept the recommendation. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
We are going to skip the next item you have on your iPads, and this is something we've never done, I've never done. The attorney that's going to handle this is Mr. Adrian Cheek. When he gets here, we'll go through this dismissal that the board has to vote on. So for now, we're going to skip, if you will, until he gets here. Over to Dominique McKinney. That application is on page 130. This request is for a waiver of Rule 0440-1-.10, the requirement for applicant to obtain their original license within 6 months of passing the examination. Ms. McKinney passed her cosmetology practical exam on June 25th of 2014. Under the cosmetology statute, the applicant must reapply for examination within 6 months after the applicant, within 6 months after they are notified, unless there is good cause. The information provided by her, I believe, is on your iPads on page 131 is an email. The information she is giving the board explains that she could not afford the license at first. She had a high-risk pregnancy and now is again expecting a child in April. So this is for the board to consider if you'll allow her to get the license or if she needs to retest.
And she's saying she contacted the board and the board didn't get back to her, right above her little letter on March 5. I sent in an appeal letter and the board was supposed to get back to me on March 2nd, but didn't hear anything.
That would have been still of this year, so she's way past the 6 months even then. We don't have a copy of her letter for the March, so I don't know that she missed the March meeting because of that letter. It still would have been the same situation. And so we then immediately said, just send it via email, so we know we have it and can present.
Earl's recommendation is?
The board has, for good cause, the possibility to waive this. We've tried to go through those. Her statement obviously is she couldn't afford it at first and then had a high-risk pregnancy and then is now pregnant again. I hate to see her having to add to the testing, but I think the board's last decision was those 6 months kind of give you the time to go through these life situations. So in the past, we've denied several that have been notified and could have done something. In March, even if she'd reached us, she would have been past the 6 months.
It got to stay the same across the board, you know. If we've been denied, we deny.
So you move that she take both tests?
I'll make a motion she take both tests.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second to require this applicant to do both tests. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
Applicants have missed the 6-month requirement to get their application because of the verification of eligibility form. This is a federal form. I believe I mentioned it to the board last month, but I can give you more information on it. This is a fairly new requirement. We had to start asking and could not license individuals since December without this. Basically, all 3 of these applicants did turn in their documentation in time, but because this form was missing, therefore they've gone over the 6 months. And so the applicants are Darian Condra, Anna Millsap, and Sean Thomas. The waiver of this is the 0440-1-.10, requiring them to pass the 6 months. My concern is that we're going to have this repeatedly. The board's process with that verification eligibility is anyone who is getting a new license must turn it in. You mark whether you're a U.S. citizen or a foreign alien, or 3, that you don't even live here but need a license. None of ours apply to that third one. We're under those first 2 categories. And you've got to return it signed. And so, unfortunately, 85% easily are forgetting to turn it around the first time. So we've added processes in the office. The shops go through the same thing. If they're solo, if they're not a LLC or incorporated, they have to turn this in. The first thing we do is reach them by phone. The next thing we do the next day is email them, and on day 3 we send out letters. And we're trying to establish a method to even follow up, but there comes a point, unfortunately, where there's just, because of the volume, we can't do much more to remind them until they realize, oh, I never got the license, I've got to follow up. So my recommendation when this form is stopping them and causing the deadline is that we approve them, because it really is paperwork. My goal during this summer session, when we start attending the continuing education, is to explain this to every instructor that comes, that they need to start emphasizing to their students that this form is now required. They leave the testing with PSI with the form. It's 3 pages. But many of our applicants throw away, don't follow up. It's just one of those things. So they've got to know the importance of turning this in. And so hopefully that will help us get folks licensed quicker. But my recommendation would be to approve these. And if the board's okay when that is the piece missing, is the board okay with me then extending the timeline, or do you want to see them at each meeting? Because I have a feeling we'll be seeing from 3 to 10 at every meeting that have missed it because of that.
How new is this form?
December 2014 is when we started having to do it. Many states have been doing the verification eligibility. It has to do with the Homeland Securities Act. And so it's been around for a while. Many of our other professions have done it without much of a problem. Unfortunately, we've added it to the PSI piece. We've added it to our website. It's part of the reciprocity now. It's part of the new shop. But if you don't read what's needed, or just skip it or toss the sheets, then you're just kind of waiting around on your license.
How much of an extension are you willing to give them?
That's a good question. I mean, these folks have missed it by anywhere from just a couple of days to a month and a half. And so what it is they're already past the 6 months. And that, maybe that's the timeline. If they've missed it by an additional month because of it, is the board okay with us then extending it? And those that really forget all about their license for 4, 5, 6 months, I can see that happening. Maybe then those would have to come before the board.
Sounds very odd, but it's very common for students to finish, and really sometimes they just don't have the money to pay for the additional expenses of the license at that moment. A lot of schools actually pay that for them and help them out in those kind of ways.
We actually even on occasion find students working and thinking they didn't need to get a license. The minute they got there, I passed my practical, they posted and they start working. The shop should know better. The shop should walk them through and say, no, that's not a license. This is what you need to do. But between those things, it is still the applicant's responsibility. And if they didn't read or listen or hear their instructors walk them through it, we get a lot of it.
30 days be enough for your office?
I think so. I like Ms. Tanksley's suggestion, which is we need to put a timeline because we may find next month that 30 days wasn't enough and you all are getting several of these, but
Well, I guess my feeling is just if this is paperwork, it's paperwork. But if we're telling folks who have hardships that didn't get their license within 6 months that no, they have to test again, I'd like to make sure that if we're waiting on paperwork, that it gets completed in a timely fashion.
And I think what it is many of them that provide their phone number don't have voicemail set up. We can't leave messages. The emails are there, but we are either going to their junk mail or they're not paying attention. And so it's the letter that a lot of times is the first thing that grabs their attention, and then they just don't get it done quickly enough. So hopefully the month is good.
It is in that PSI paperwork when they
Yes.
Yes. take the first portion.
They actually don't hand it out, no, because it'd be definitely lost.
Oh.
They hand it with the practical, when you get that application to verify everything and sign at the bottom, then they get 3 sheets with this verification. Yeah.
Do we need a motion for that?
Yes, I would need a motion to approve these 3 if the board's okay, and then a motion separately to allow me to approve these if someone has missed it by a month only because of the paperwork, if the board's comfortable with that. If not, I will be presenting these lumped together at each meeting, and I'm fine with that too.
To accept Roxana's recommendation and for her to be able to approve.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second to accept the recommendation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
This motion is for me to be able to approve moving forward the extension if they've missed it because of the documentation for 1 month only, is how we're going to put it. Okay. And I need a separate motion to approve these 3 candidates.
Make a motion to approve these 3 candidates.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve these 3 candidates. Is there any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
Next is a request for a waiver of the time period to complete coursework. This is from Contrina Luquette pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated 62-4-123. The cosmetology courses shall be completed within 7 years from the date a student enrolls in a school. Ms. Luckett started school on January 2nd, 2008 at Tennessee College of Applied Technologies in Memphis. They submitted 1,058 hours through November of 2008. The letter that Ms. Luckett has provided states that she was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 2008 and hasn't been able to get back on track to do this. She is, I've spoken to her, she's very excited, if the board approves this, to get back in the industry, finish her schooling, and take the examination. Her letter is on page 146.
Has the approximately 1,000 hours.
Correct. They submitted the dates matched to the T to what she had told us, the 1,058 hours. She's planning on going back to the TCAT school. If we
To
let
get
her.
the remaining 500
The
hours
remaining
or so
500,
and then
correct.
test.
Correct.
How far past her time is she?
It's 7 years, so it would have been January of this year. So she didn't miss it by a lot.
In a board's effort to be consistent, have we ruled on this before? 7 years? I mean, that's an awfully long time.
It is. One of the complaints opened against Lyle School was about a situation with this, a young lady that 2 years later went back, paid the fee, finished, and then we couldn't let her test because it was past the years. The board ruled to accept the hours because the student really, even if she claims she didn't know, but it wasn't the sole fault of the students, and she went right back and continued. I think only a couple of times we might have approved these. The few times we have, it's a situation like hers that wasn't all her fault, and then another one where very few hours were missing. In other words, we're talking about under 100 hours, and the board set a timeline and said you must finish by. Given the health concerns here, I don't know that the board's going to want to set a timeline. I don't know what her possibilities for going full-time are going to be. So that's something to consider.
Under that rule, she loses all those hours.
She would lose all if we didn't grant it, that's correct.
A lot of times we ask to see documentation from the physician.
Would it be okay if we either ask her to come before the board or bring more documentation?
We can definitely ask for more documentation. Yeah, all I have is I've spoken to her, I've not seen any either. So we can definitely do that. We have a meeting in May. She's in Memphis. I did ask her if she'd be able to appear before the board, and that was going to be very problematic, just the driving and having her here. We could.
Doctors, the documentation from the doctor about how long she's been under the care, and a lot of times we would make exceptions for medical reasons if we had the documentation. I mean, I'm not saying she's, but.
If we had the documentation,
MB.
if she could get the documentation from the doctor and send that to the board, instead of her having to appear, wouldn't that make it easier for her?
I think it definitely would.
Yeah.
And depending on the documentation that she has, if it all appears to be there, if the timeline's right, if we can check it out, then we can go with that. If there's any concern, I would let her know that the board meets, I think it's May 4th is that first Monday, and that we would be contacting her and have her on speakerphone, if the board is comfortable with that. Okay.
Motion?
Yes, we need a motion.
Motion to accept the recommendation.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Steve Teller. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Motion carries.
We are going to go backwards then, and we've got here Attorney Adrian Hicks. He is going to present to you and explain the process. I didn't record the page number, but we'll get to it in a second so that you can see what it is that you're reviewing, and I'll let Adrian also fill you in until I find the page number. Go right ahead. Sure. Thank you.
28,
What page, I'm sorry?
I think 128.
Okay.
Good morning, Board. My name is Adrian Chick, Assistant General Counsel for the Department in the litigation section. And this case was heard by an ALJ sitting for the board last July. The respondent did not appear. An order was entered by default, and the respondent appealed that by filing a notice of appeal to the board and the Administrative Procedures Division. And then in November, this board issued a scheduling order setting out the dates that the briefs had to be submitted by the parties. And, one of the purposes of the briefs is that it sets out in detail what the reasons for the appeal are. Well, the state never, nothing was ever filed by the respondent. And then in January, the state filed a motion to dismiss the appeal because the respondent had failed to prosecute, essentially. And I submitted a notice to the board a couple of weeks ago stating that it was going to be put on the agenda before you today for consideration. And did you find the page number of the? Yeah. Okay, so on page 128 would be the letter that was sent to him. And the motion is Tennessee Department of Commerce and the Insurance Division of Regulatory Boards files this motion to dismiss the respondent's appeal for failure to comply with the board's scheduling order. And the facts are simply that on August 13th, 2014, the respondent filed a petition for appeal to this board. On November 3rd, 2014, the board entered a scheduling order that required the respondent to submit a brief by November 28th, 2014. And it also included the provision that failure to comply with this scheduling order may result in dismissal of the appeal, and that nothing's been received. So if the board is so inclined to dismiss the appeal, I've got a proposed order of dismissal for the board to sign.
Members, do you folks remember that particular case? I do. I remember Rob had it scheduled, and I think that response time was at Thanksgiving, right on that time. Do we need a motion in order to proceed for you?
Yes, sir. Just a motion to enter an order of dismissal.
Questions?
You say you remember. What do you remember about it?
The individual had come before the board, and if I recall correctly, we had moved against his license. He had, correct me, did he return his license to the state? Was it revoked?
No, sir. He was a owner or a former owner of the shop when numerous violations were found, and the administrative judge entered an initial order finding all those and assessing civil penalties.
I had him confused with someone else.
Bribe. Wasn't there a bribery involved in that?
No, ma'am. I don't believe so.
Not in this one. No, no.
He paid all of his fines and everything?
No, ma'am. There's after he filed a notice of appeal, which is just a short document saying I appeal, that nothing else was filed. So we've received no response from him after that at all, despite we've mailed out numerous things and tried to get him to respond.
Having a motion to dismiss the appeal, then that ends his process, correct?
That's correct.
Motion to appeal.
To dismiss the appeal?
To dismiss it, yeah.
We have a motion to dismiss the appeal,
I second it.
seconded by Ms. Tefteller. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like
Yes.
to bring you an order.
Again.
Board okay without lunch and continuing? We don't have much more. We are? Okay. We are on page 144, 149 on your iPads. This is a request from Marlon Wilson for an extension of his required master barber instructor continuing education's hours through 2015. Mr. Wilson was an instructor assistant and then in 2013 became an instructor. He should have attended the seminar by March of 2015, but was unable to, so he's requesting an extension. No, he has not, because he just became, this will be the first time he attends. But I don't believe, I kept reading and reading, I don't believe that the barber statute limits it to one time like the cosmetology does. Yeah, I kept reading, looking for it. I thought, okay, I don't think it's here. So this would be his first time renewing, and I think he just didn't realize.
Should we make that where they both comply with each other?
I don't remember that being one of the cleanups. I think the rulemaking committee, once this cleanup passes all the way through, we're gonna have our task lined up. And one of the things is looking at what else needs to be cleaned up, because this caught my eye. I kept looking for it and thinking, okay, it's not in there. I gotta give up, so we will probably have to catch that. Yes.
Make the motion to approve.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second to approve.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Thank you. Next is a request from instructor Tammy Hearn for an extension of her required continuing education hours to 2015. Ms. Hearn became a licensed instructor, very similar, in 2013, and should have attended for the first time by March 31st, 2015. In her request, she simply asks for an extension pursuant to Tennessee Code annotated 62-4-114A2. An instructor may request a one-time waiver. This would be her one time.
Motion to accept her one-time waiver.
Second.
We have a motion, where's the second?
Are we saying when they do have to go?
2015. They would have to go this year.
Sometime this year?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Ms. Chief Taylor was the second.
Thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
We have a request from Mr. Al Bennett for a waiver of the $80 penalty due to, for his master barber license. It was not renewed timely. Mr. Bennett has written a letter, as well as his counselor has written a letter. He is currently incarcerated, and therefore getting money transferred from his trust account so that a check can be issued to the board takes time. Records and an email from the counselor at the complex confirmed that he made every effort to send his money before the due date. Unfortunately, on March 1st of 2015, the penalty was added because his check had not reached us until March 6th. The board, if a check, we go based on the postmark date, and so if a check is postmarked on the last day of the month, we can waive those penalties, even if it takes a little bit longer, because it's based on that postmark. Anything past that, the board has no authority. I don't have the authority to waive, and so we really don't ever even present those to the board. I mean, because you all would hear hundreds, literally. This is a little bit differently because he is incarcerated. It looks like he made every effort on his part to get it here timely. So his request is that we waive the penalty, and then we would be releasing his renewal license.
We had a case a little over a year ago, I believe, where a father was trying to assist the son in getting it paid and had a little mix-up there, too. So I think we approved him. Do we have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Is there any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
Next, we have a school name change. Ms. Bryant is the owner of Pyramid Barber School. They are located in Memphis. She submitted an application to change the name of the school from Pyramid Barber School to Pyramid Beauty. We need a motion to change the name only, and there's no inspection needed with this. It's just a name change.
Roxanna, is she going to be no longer doing barbering, or?
I think she is. She's just wanting them both to be the same, which would then be called Pyramid Beauty.
License for both of them?
She is licensed.
Okay.
It's a duly licensed
That's
school,
fine.
yes.
I have no problem with that, then.
I make a motion to accept.
A second.
We have a motion and a second to accept. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
In compliance with Public Chapter 863 and 818, Nashville Barber and Style Academy Incorporated, they are located in Madison. They've requested authorization to provide post-secondary education. Before the board on page 167 is the letter from their accrediting agency, and then the affidavit that we've prepared that all the schools have been submitting. We need a motion in order to give them the letter for approval. Authorization, rather.
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second to approve the authorization letter. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
Next, we'll review briefly, so I'll let Ms. Coppinger explain anything odd with the reciprocity committee that we met this morning, and we can vote all those in.
In the reciprocity committee meeting, we had 5 cases of reciprocity. We approved all but one of those. And one of those, we are requesting, we're not comfortable with the transcript that was sent, and so we're requesting additional information, I believe, on that one. And then we also, one of the reciprocity cases was from Oregon, and they do their practical test a little bit differently. Their practical test is administered by at the school level and sanctioned by a health license office. And so we ask that the board office be able to approve those as they come in. So, because Mr. Gillihan was familiar with that sort of practical exam and felt it was competent to what we do. So, I'd like to have a motion to approve all those.
Make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Ms. Sappenfeld to approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
We are going to do the same with the legal report. The complaint committee met at 8 o'clock, reviewed all the complaints presented. It was a total of 80 of them, asked questions of Laura, and I will let Ms. Tifa Teller fill you in on where we stood.
We went with the recommendations. We didn't change anything. We did discuss a couple of them, and but we agreed with everything. So we'd like to have a motion to accept the legal report.
Make a motion to accept.
Second.
We have a motion, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think there was just one change. You asked me to add that on top of the discipline, there be like a follow-up inspection.
Oh,
So
I
I just want
forgot
that on
about that.
record
Yes,
that
I'm
it'll be
sorry. There
accepted with
was
that
a
change.
follow-up report on that one.
But I think that was the only change that we made to the report. Sorry.
Make a motion to accept with the one change.
Second.
We have the same motion and second corrected. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
Thank you for keeping me in order.
The consent orders. We have before you on page 172, we are getting there. Consent orders received for the month of March totaled $15,750. We need a motion to be able to accept these.
Make the motion to accept.
Ms. McAllister had a motion to accept, seconded by
Second.
Patricia. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Next are the cases with agreed citations. Big difference this month, as you can see. We received a total of $19,650 with agreed citations. They turned around very quickly. Hopefully, very soon we'll get those that are in the pipeline finished and resolved and on its way, so that these can make a difference. People can try to resolve them if that's their intent, and if not, we obviously receive letters from them and have to reapproach. So at this moment, I would need a motion to accept the $19,650.
I would make that motion.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Sappenfeld, seconded by Ms. Tifa Teller to accept the agreed citations.
Seconded by
Oh, I'm
Rhonda.
sorry. I'm sorry, Judy. It was motion by Ms. McAllister.
Thank you. The second
All
to
in
last.
favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
Sorry, I need to slow down.
Motion carries.
Almost there. Good job, Ron.
I saw a red light. I couldn't see where it came from.
We are great. Okay.
Sound act like us now.
Our letters of warning. Before you are 19 case numbers. These are cases that were presented agreed citations, and based on that schedule, they all received letters of warning. With the motion and the board's approval, they will all be closed without any further information. And of course, their files are documented, so we know that a letter of warning went out, and the next time around, if it should reoccur, it's a different penalty. Yes.
We have a motion.
Make a motion to accept.
I'll second.
That was Ms. Tifa Teller. I'm looking for lights. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
The last item that I have, and we've discussed it, it's just to bring it to the full board's attention so we have a game plan for the next meeting or for homework or whatever we decide. We have got to discuss the fees. Again, we can't let too much time go by. The rulemaking committee was great. They discussed one main concern, which is kind of the spas and the aesthetics, and we're going to work on that. I went ahead and handed out the fees again. Has anyone had a chance to reconsider, or what would we like to do with thinking about the fees?
I kind of thought like upping them $5 per, so it's not so hard on everybody, but it's up a little bit.
Roxanne, do we need to have a decision on that today, or?
No,
Just
I
kinda
think we
think
just
about
need
it,
to
throw it out
think
there, talk
about it.
about
If
it.
the board's okay, I will email everybody the kind of summarized schedule, because the rules can be confusing as far as looking at them everywhere. So this way, everybody today, I think several of you already have it. Those that don't, I'll hand them out. Can keep that in mind, so that if we're raising $5 in May, do we want to say raising it across the board to everybody? Are we going to leave some of the fees that are pretty high, like the barber fees at 80, leave
Raise
those
the school.
alone? So that maybe at the next meeting, we can narrow it down a little bit and have it on the horizon as to what we want to do. And that is all that I have.
That paperwork out again, and then if we're talking about fees, we're discussing
All
all
the
the
fees.
fees, not
All the
just.
fees, right,
Not
right.
just the
And that doesn't
licenses.
mean that all of them have to be
Right.
increased. Remember, as the deputy commissioner mentioned, that's probably not the case. Some
Right.
of them probably are fine left alone. The cleanup bill discusses the duly licensed shops and the duly licensed schools. And I think with those duly licensed shops, for example, if you have a cosmetology and a barber shop, if we're gonna become one license, there's probably gonna be a new fee for that duly licensed shop. So
We just need
those
to take a
things-
look at all of them.
You got it, kind of look at everything, yeah. Okay.
Before we proceed to close, I did mention this morning during one of the committee meetings that I'd like to put together a 5 or 10 minute PowerPoint. We have so many cases of issues with schools and student enrollments and things like that that always fall in front of us, and I realize that most of the members don't have a lot of background in that area. I want to put together just a few minutes of slides to show you some ideas of what enrollment looks like, what the process looks like, so you'll even be familiar with the documents that we have to use. If that's okay, do we need to do that in a committee time, or do we want to take 10 minutes out of the actual board meeting for that? What's your pleasure?
I think, and you all can correct me, or I think sharing it at the end of this meeting, kind of when we look at new business, might be a good idea. The rulemaking committee will probably want to address it maybe, or look at it or take it. I can also email it to everyone
Sure.
if that
Oh,
works.
that's probably
That
better.
way, everybody has it ahead of time, and then when we're together at the end, we
Might have
can
questions.
ask questions and dissect, yeah.
Will
That's
you be
much more
including all
time-efficient.
programs in that? I mean, barber program,
I would.
cosmetology program, aesthetics?
I would.
Yeah.
Can there also be then what's on the test, a general?
I can give you a sample of what, you mean the state board exam? I absolutely can give you what is
High
a,
level, of course.
what is a practice type of exam. So,
for aesthetics,
PSI has
I
all
can
the
share
actual
with you
test
about
questions. We wouldn't have
practice
access to
book.
that.
I do have a question about like the new Vietnamese books that we can get. Like I had a nail tech come in, she wanted the Vietnamese manicuring book. Okay, it's only like 10 chapters compared to the regular My Lady. Are they just going to be tested out of those 10 chapters?
The exam, that's a really good question. The exam that PSI has prepared, that we've paid for them to change into the 2 languages. Keep in mind, it's only aesthetics, cosmetology, and manicuring for right now into Spanish and Vietnamese. It is every question in our pool we've paid for to have translated. So if the book in Vietnamese, then Pivot Point or Milady issues doesn't cover every question, the book has done them a disservice. Because the questions we've paid, so every 2 years when we visit with PSI and folks sit in to redo, whatever questions we alter, we're going to have translated into the 2 languages every time, so that it's the full set.
I was on that panel last year on that and participated in that, and it was very enlightening matching
Yeah.
that to the book. So I think you know, you would be, if you're concerned about that, you really should be on that panel as a school owner.
Right, but I hear your concern. If you're
Right.
taking 300 pages in English and now you have 100 in Vietnamese,
you know.
some languages, and I know that from having worked with the Supreme Courts, that some languages really do summarize things
Yeah,
much
that-
differently.
that could
So
very well be.
there's probably some of that. And I have heard enough of, from the Vietnamese community that things can be simplified from the way we have it. But I don't know if that quantity of pages really explains it, but, yeah.
I want to make sure, no, I hadn't seen the esthetician, but I just want to make sure that they've got everything they need, because it's hard enough for
You're
them as is.
absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And I may need to touch base with you because as we've done the language and are reaching out to the community to help guide them, as I stated earlier with the Lyle School, the language can be a problem, but I think schools and shops and we, even in the office, can work around those things. We still have to make sure that the schools teach the curriculum. And so if the books are out there in the different languages, and I've been told they're available in almost every language, we're then depending on the editors of the books to do a good job putting it out in that language.
I didn't know if we could touch base with PSI and see how that book compares to the regular, like My Lady and the Manicuring.
The only thing PSI would know is that they took our questions in English and had them translated to those two languages. They wouldn't know anything else about the book because I don't think they'd have the qualified person in those two languages to read the whole book. But we can address it the next time we meet. That's all we're doing now, is we're making sure that
Right.
the pool of questions is in the 3 languages.
Right, okay.
Ron, what they're saying is do the Vietnamese version when you do your presentation, not the American
French,
version.
I want to hear you, Ron.
You know why? One of you said 5 to 7, then you said 7 to 10. Last time you said 10. And we're crawling. We're going to be a half-hour
It's the language.
presentation before you're over.
But, you know, it's
I tend to
good.
run over on everything.
Yeah,
Now,
you're a
they can
barber.
go right through that Vietnamese books, and they've covered it really fast, and she's done her test, and now she's just working on her practical, she's moving on, and
Did she take the exam in Vietnamese?
no, she hasn't taken the exam
Oh.
yet. She's just biding her time now, but she knocked her book out in like 4
Well,
weeks.
I'm interested once we start seeing the
To
candidates
see.
take it and pass it. I mean, that's gonna be a good thing.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be great for them.
Better get Mandarin going, because that'll be next.
It's based on our numbers, you know,
Yeah.
as soon as and if you're in the community, you see a high influx of, for example, within the barbering, I see it needed in the Spanish. I'm seeing it, I'm constantly on the phone. We just have to get to that point where we can justify the expense to put it in that language for that license type. You know, legal has just said there has to be that justification. This is the strong need now. So we'll keep our eyes open.
We have started collecting fees on the reciprocity requests, or is that?
A new set of rules that are
When-
floating
when
around,
finished.
as soon as they come, we will collect that money up front. That is
Okay.
gonna make a difference.
Whenever you need a New Jersey translation, I'll be glad to work on
Great.
that one.
I forgot it. Thank you.
The numbers aren't there, Frank.
No,
Sorry.
not yet. I'm working on it.
At this time, I would entertain a motion to dismiss.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second to dismiss or adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
You notice at 6 o'clock, that time you did it at 6 o'clock, everybody said second at the same time.
Giving you the last chance.
Oh, no. Don't tempt me.
Ma'am, go ahead. No. Looking at they left.